Okay, I think we're good. We're ready to go. Let's take a look at what is on the news today. By the way, we're going to be taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you have to say. If you have a discussion that you would like to go over, we can do so. Let me get started here. All right, let's see. I'm going to put up some music. Put up that music. All right, let's see here. Playlists. Where playlists at? Playlists. Buds McCool says, damn, you are on early. Yeah. I got up. I went to the gym. Worked out. Was doing a little bit of laundry. And since it's a vacation day, I might as well, just do a stream. Why not? See if I can get some people up here. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look here. Why does it do that? No! Don't do that thing where it doesn't have the right... Oh my God. Live. Gotta go to the live. Edit this. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Hey, bro. I'm good, man. I noticed that there was nobody here, so I just wanted to...
No, you're good. Hang tight. Well, I just started. I just started it, so.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, bro, I'm really excited, man. That's just cool, dude. You're actually building it up.
Heck yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
You're on golf.
Yeah. Hey, bro,
Hey, I'm currently on the phone. You may want to hit the live. Anyway, all right. Hey, no, I was talking to somebody who just joined the Discord.
what's up?
All right. First of all, you've got some sort of clipping that's going on your end. Are you able to pull me off of speakerphone?
Give me 1 second. Let's see if this works.
Appreciate it.
How's this?
I think that's better. Well, guess they hung up. Copy link address. Streaming live, taking calls. You're on the line with First Amender.
Excuse me, I accidentally hung up.
All right.
Is this better?
I think it's better. Yeah, you're no longer clipping.
Right on. Hey, bro, so, man, you know what I miss, bro? Those old conversations before, I became a very, I would say that me and you have had, like, a different trajectory in terms of where we are politically since we met, bro. Like, when I first met you, dude, you weren't you weren't essentially a walking hot dog, bro, in terms of being a liberal.
A walking hot dog? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, you're like soft, squishy, like hairless, you know what I mean? Like, you're like the definition of a liberal, bro, like straight liberal. Like, no conservative. I don't think you have an ounce of traditionalism in you right now. And then, like, I
think there's an emphasis towards family. I'm not against family. That's an essence of traditionalism. I think it's perfectly acceptable to want to celebrate your own culture, wherever that comes from. Nothing wrong with that.
That's
pretty traditional.
You don't actually believe that.
Yeah, I do.
But you don't believe that.
Sure, I do.
No, you don't.
My parents, they come from Chile. And I go to, we have traditional Chilean dishes, and We celebrate in a Chilean way when it comes to our various holidays and stuff.
Right, but you don't respect like Sharia law, right? And that's like most Muslims believe in that. You don't agree with Sharia law. You know,
I mean,
there's
there's
a
like a
lot of things that
level,
we don't
right? Like
agree with.
it's like
Right,
there's like
exactly.
a
Yeah.
level to like cult. There's some culture that you just throw out, right? And like I'm not, number one, like I'm not Islamic, so I would have no tie
Right.
to Sharia law. But assuming I was Islamic and that I supported Islam, I mean, I would likely be against it because I believe that Sharia law results in a lot of harm on people.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the point that I'm making is that like you actually are not a traditionalist at all. You know what I mean? Because you just agree with things that conform to your values and your axioms. You don't really actually believe that culture is good. You believe that what you believe is good. And if what everybody else doesn't conform to what you believe is good, then they are bad. Which is okay, you know. That's you, bro. That's your life. I don't care, you know.
But
I'm just
Extremo,
saying
it's not that somebody that doesn't believe what I believe is bad. I'm simply saying that hey, here's this framework where everybody can kind of do
right,
what they generally believe within reason, and
right.
we just kind of leave people alone. So like
The
if
the
you have a
problem is
specific, I mean, if you have a specific thing in mind, like, oh, I wish I could do this, the chances are in your favor that I'm going to be in favor of you. Like I'm not going to
well, okay,
prevent you
but
from.
you're not you can't be consistently held to that though, bro. That's the problem. Eventually, we're gonna reach an impasse in which I'm gonna bring up something that is like legal and morally not like axiomatically wrong, but you're gonna say it is. Like eventually, we're gonna find an impasse. Like if I tell you, like what you just said, right? And I give you the example. Should I be able to go up to you and call you the word that means British meatball or a cigarette? You would say no, that's not good. You should not be able to say that. As a
I
matter of
mean,
fact, you should be
like
able to get
whether or
arrested.
not you're legally allowed to do that, I'm perfectly okay with like being legally allowed to say a defamatory or maybe not defamatory is not the word. You'd be allowed to insult somebody in my society. I mean, whether or not that results into
Well,
cultural ramifications or societal ramifications, that's independent. I mean, that's just social consequences.
sure, sure, but you believe that there should be legal consequences,
No,
which is my
no,
position.
I do not. I do not believe that.
Oh yeah, I've had you said it.
Nope.
Right? My position is that a person is allowed to say fire in a crowded theater as long as their intent is not to cause harm or not to cause a riot. You know, yours is like, you should not be allowed to say it at all. That's your position.
Allowed to say fire and well, yeah, I mean that is
In a
a
crowded
position
theater.
that I have.
Right.
Like obviously, your free speech stops at
Correct.
where the harm of another person begins.
Exactly. So your
I think
position
but
is
calling somebody the f bomb is just insulting. It's not really like preventing them
well,
from
yeah,
existing.
yeah. But the problem is that again, right? I just proved my point, right? So like what I'm saying is that like traditionalist traditionalism is not compatible with your position. You know what I mean? It's just
Sure, it
not.
is.
But but it's not though, bro. Because
No,
again,
no.
like
Like I have
you
a
can't.
legal framework, a basis to how society should be run. And if an individual decides, hey, I want to live a traditionalist mindset, we're going to have, as long as the wife consents, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. You can live that life.
Yeah. Well, I think look, you still got an ounce of logic in you, which is the reason why you hold that position. But I feel like eventually it's not gonna. You're gonna change on that, bro. You're gonna go more
That I would want to
authoritarian.
force everybody to live a life being being a cringe online furry, like why would I do that? Why would I wish that
Oh
upon
no, bro.
people? Listen, if you have a wife, you got kids, you know, hey, live your life, live your best life. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I think you do have that belief a little bit, but I don't know I don't know if you can hold yourself consistently to that position. The point that I'm bringing, bro, is just that, like, I've noticed that, like, our views have changed dramatically since we met. Like, in terms of you becoming more liberal and me becoming more liberal. I became more liberal, bro, after I met you, because when I first met you, bro, I didn't have an understanding of ethics or epistemology or anything, bro. I didn't know anything about that. And then I started doing my research, and I started really questioning my position, and after I realized that a lot of the things that I believed in didn't make any sense, I started adjusting them, and it just ended up becoming that I became more of a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't consider myself a liberal right now because I'm not, but I definitely have no when I first met you, I didn't have any ill will against homosexuals because I had.
And now that you've met me, you have ill will of homosexual.
Yeah, no, well, the thing is that, I think a person is a product of their environment as much as they are a product of their nature, and I don't think that people.
That was a joke, by the way. I don't think you have ill will towards homosexuals.
No, bro. You heard me, communicate with a lot of gay people in the time that we've known each other, bro. I've never been antagonistic with them because of of them being gay. Maybe because of their political position, but definitely not because of their sexual orientation, bro. I think that's beneath me. Either way, the point is that, do you think, bro, that in the future, it is possible that you're going to change your position because you're going to realize that it's inconsistent? Or have you dug into your logic?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Maybe if there's a new idea that I'm not aware of that lies contradictory to my worldview and leads to better outcomes, then I'd probably be in favor of that.
Okay. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. So hear me out on this, right? I'll keep it short and sweet. Is it a better world where trans women, right? And I'm using trans women as the term to refer to a man that dresses in drag and all that stuff. Would it be a better world if those people used the male restroom and men were respectful towards them and did not make them feel uncomfortable being in that restroom? Or
I mean, I think
where,
if you
let me give you the alternative, right? Or a world in which trans women go into a female's restroom and make half of the population of women uncomfortable being there. Which one which one's a better society?
Well, if I operated under your hypothetical, I'd be okay with trans women using the women's restroom.
Okay, and half of the population of women being uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you predicate that it's half the population, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Okay, so that's the problem, right? That's what I'm trying to have you switch, bro, because having understood that I'm not a bigot, I have no ill will against trans people, but I actually feel sympathy for them. I feel sympathy for them like I do for people that are schizophrenic or pedophiles or whatever the fuck, in the sense that it's not their fault that they're born with that condition. It's not saying that I'm not comparing, schizophrenia or homosexuality or pedophilia. I'm saying that it's a mental condition. It doesn't generally lead to negative outcomes on its own, but it can be it can trigger things that could lead to negative outcomes, like bigotry or mental discomfort. So that's what I'm saying when I said that analogy.
I mean, like your
I feel like your responses, your position disregards the position of women that have a genuine reason to be uncomfortable. That is not bigotry from trans women being in a women's restroom, bro. That's what I have a problem with you about.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the hypothetical is this idea. Well, number one, women in general are going to feel uncomfortable by a trans woman sharing the same space as them. That's not true, for starters. A majority of women are perfectly okay with sharing a bathroom space with trans women. Number two, the issue that I have is that I generally would just like trans women to be able to use the bathroom in public accommodations free from harassment. And what happens is that when somebody is mid-transition, male to female,
That's my position as well. I want.
Yeah. Well,
hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, what happens is that when they instead they decide to use the bathroom that they're biologically born with, it's very common that they get openly and actively harassed by other men when they're using their biological bathroom because of the rhetoric that has been created around bathrooms. And so it's in my opinion that in order to remove the rhetoric, what needs to happen is is making them a fully protected class where they can use the bathroom that they would like. That we can't write a law that says, hey, trans women, you are restricted from using this type of bathroom. I think if it were codified into law, you would not have such vitriolic intent. And then the trans woman, if they feel comfortable using the men's bathroom, they can use it. And if they feel comfortable using the women's bathroom, they can use it.
I have two responses to it. One, from my understanding, what you just said is that, like, your position is that trans people face vitriol when they go into men's restrooms. And then the other point is that your claim is that most women would be okay with trans women in women's restrooms. Is that correct?
Repeat that.
Okay, so your position is that when trans women go into a men's restroom, they get pushed back, they get harassed or in some way. And then your other position is that you think that most women are comfortable with a trans woman being in the women's restroom.
Yes, based on Pew Research data.
Okay. The problem is that the Pew Research data confirms that there are a large percentage of women that don't want men in any shape or form in the women's restroom. That is true.
Repeat that.
And it's not like a powerful minority, or it's not like a small minority. Like a strong percentage of women, don't want any men in any shape to go into a women's restroom.
Yeah, I mean, the number, it was closer to like 40. The number was closer to 40 to 60, but the way that I look at it as, it's very similar to, let's say, if we were there like pre-Civil Rights Act, where you had the clear separation of blacks and whites based on restaurant. And let's say, right, that 60% were comfortable with being sat next to a black person, but 40% were uncomfortable being sat next to a black person. And so I believe that the solution here is to apply a law that says you are not allowed to discriminate on those characteristics.
I understand what you're saying, but then you cannot be held consistent to this position, right? Because now you're saying, well, then it should be illegal to have a women's and a men's restroom in general. Men and women.
No, you can have a women's and a men's restroom. It's fine.
No, you can't, because you're making a separation based on an immutable characteristic. at that point.
No, so
You
I can,
understand that, right? Like, that's
to
the
abide by
entire,
my
the entire
standards.
point of a man and a woman's restroom is that, bro. Is that you're segregating based on on sex. That's the whole point of the sex of the differences between restrooms, or else it would just be unisex restrooms.
So to
You
apply,
understand that, though, right?
so to apply my definitional standard, if you followed me every step of the way, there would still be men and women's restrooms. There's just the small caveat of if there's a trans woman or a trans man, they could choose whatever bathroom that they feel most comfortable in. That's it. You could still have men and women's restrooms.
Right, but the problem is that you can't consistently enforce this logic, bro. You can't say, well, what is the condition that is supposed to be required for a person, right, to use a woman's restroom? What is your condition?
What is my condition of using a women's restroom if you present as a woman?
Okay, so if the person presents as a woman, then they are then they are allowed to use a women's restroom.
But real quick, I wanted to go over something super quick with you. I found this Reuters article that talks about U.S. transgender people who are harassed in public restrooms, a landmark survey. Almost 60% of transgender Americans have avoided using public restrooms for fear of confrontation, saying that they have been harassed and assaulted, according to the largest survey taken of transgender people in the United States. The survey of 27,715 respondents reached an estimated 2% of the adult transgender population in 2015, seeking to fill the gap in data about severely understudied group whose experiences and challenges from medicine to law and economics and family relations are poorly understood. Given the fact that almost 60% of transgender Americans are avoiding using public restrooms because they feel that they could get harassed and assaulted, shouldn't we have laws protecting trans individuals so that way they can use public accommodations like everybody else?
I'll answer that question, but then I'm going to give you a follow-up question. Using that logic, yes, if people are being they're being harassed in a violent way, then absolutely. If they're being verbally harassed, and that's me and you already have that understanding that shouldn't be illegal.
But I mean, imagine if you're just walking, you're walking into a restroom, and somebody just starts yelling at you because you're just trying to use the restroom. It would be horrible, right?
Yeah, they should. Well, yeah, but in today's society, bro, like I don't think that you really believe that things would go the way you think they would. I think that, like, if, for example, hypothetical, right? Like a situation arises where you're in the movie theater, a mender goes into the restroom, he's taking a nice shit, you know, he's reading his fucking soy boy liberal newspaper that he hid in his butthole, so he's just reading it, and then you fucking hear a trans woman being harassed in the restroom. Oh, how is that? Like, what do you think's gonna happen, bro? Do you think that person is just gonna be successfully harassed? The dude's gonna go in there, say, hell yeah.
I'm not arguing that I'm here to be the avatar of defense for all trans people. I'm arguing that we should live in a society that protects marginalized groups, and that includes trans people.
Well, I'm okay with protecting people, bro, but I don't.
So they should be able to use the bathroom they see fit, free from harassment.
Well,
you agree would agree with that. If you believe in a person's basic rights, you would agree that a trans person has a right to use a public restroom that everybody expects in the United States. Free from harassment.
Whenever you make the statement, I want people to be able to use the restroom that they feel comfortable with, I'm not going to answer that because you know that that's an illogical question. The important thing that we need to figure out, right, is so we have a strong percentage of the population, right, that doesn't want that are women that do not want men in any shape.
I mean, just like that there was a strong population of white people that didn't want to be sat next to black people. I have to ask myself, what kind of society do I want to live in here?
You're right. Sex and race are 100% correlated.
Sex and race are correlated?
And sex they're the exact same thing. they have so much similarity that they're intertwined with each other.
No.
You can compare
Sex and race are not
one to
correlated
wait.
to one another.
Oh, okay, so don't make that comparison anymore, right? So the reality is that
What?
women and men,
What?
right,
Wait,
are
wait.
biologically different,
Wait.
and there's only two sexes, and we
Did I hear you
separated-
correctly? Sex and race are correlated? What?
No. I asked you if that was the case. You said no, and I said then don't make that statement anymore.
But it is a proper analogy
It's
because
not analogous.
it is a proper analogy because we're talking about basic civil rights of individuals. Classically speaking, there have been black Americans denied entry to certain bathrooms on the basis of them being black. Currently, we have laws being put in place that are on trans individuals that are prevented access to certain bathrooms on the basis of being trans. So it is an appropriate analogy where there are laws being codified specifically to discriminate against trans people. And in my opinion, I think if you wanted to reduce overall harassment of trans individuals and the vitriolic rhetoric, we need to instill a civil rights act specifically for trans individuals where federally speaking, you are not allowed to, by state, create laws that discriminate against trans people or targets trans people directly.
Okay. So let's walk this logic train, right? One, it's in your opinion, do you think that women who disagree with trans people going into the restroom, do you think that the factor that they're taking into consideration is the fact that a person is trans? Or do you think that the factor they're taking into consideration is
I think people they're used to a specific people are used to a specific standard. And I think that standard is not adequate. It doesn't actually include everybody in society. And I want a society where people are included, not excluded. And if a cisgendered woman cannot be bothered to use the public facilities because there's like a trans person, I don't know, wait like a minute or two, and then when they leave, you can use it. I mean, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. They're just there to use the bathroom. That's it.
I think you have a team and you want them to be better off than actual women, which is okay.
Women could still use the bathroom though.
Bro. You don't actually care about women's positions. You care about trans people's positions.
No, Extremo.
Okay.
Women can still use the bathroom. Just because trans women are using the bathroom, that doesn't prevent trans women from using the bathroom. Or it doesn't prevent cis women from using the bathroom.
Amender, I asked you, right?
I said if it makes them that uncomfortable, you can wait like a minute and then you just walk over and use the bathroom. It's really not that big of a deal. You know, it's actually kind of funny. I have here Irma, who's just joined in on the Discord, who is a biological woman.
Hey.
And you know, Irma. Hey, Irma, would you feel uncomfortable if trans women got to use the women's restroom? Just out of curiosity.
She's super liberal.
She would not feel uncomfortable about this.
I am super liberal. However, I would like to point out
that
that
you to the call. I wish I could, Irma, but Irma and Extremo cannot hear each other. But the stream can hear both of y'all.
No, she's good people. Great people right there, bro.
She said no.
Damn, I definitely missed the crew, dude. But that's neither here nor there. Like the truth is, bro, is that I don't have a problem with trans women going into the women's restroom. Frankly, now that I changed my position on a lot of things, bro. I really don't have a dog in that fight, you know. But I tried to make this point to you last time, and you started spurging out on me and started calling me a bigot. The reality is that, like, I'm looking at the reasoning why a woman wouldn't want a man in the women's restroom in any form. And then I think, well, okay, what's the alternative, right? The alternative.
Yeah. Well, I think it's likely because of sexual assault, right? They think that they are likely to get sexually assaulted by a biological man. right?
I think I'm thinking about the lowest common denominator, right? Like you're right, 100%. That is a factor, but let's boil it.
Are you saying that they
to
just look at them
women
and they're
feel
grossed out?
uncomfortable.
Is that the
No.
argument then?
No, I think some women are just generally uncomfortable with being around men.
I think there's some
Just
white people that are generally uncomfortable around black people.
Amender, ask
Hold
Extremo.
on, hold on, Extremo. Irma is asking something. Hold on. Go ahead, Irma.
I need you to ask Extremo. Does he recognize that there is a difference between a trans woman or man and a cis man?
Hey, real quick, Extremo, I know you said you deleted Discord from your account or from your phone.
Yeah.
Are you able to just get Discord
Yeah.
for just a moment? Hop on my Discord and have a conversation with Irma?
I would love to, bro, but that would require me to make a whole account and everything. Dude, I was spending at least 12 hours a day almost on fucking Discord every day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me,
like, literally,
me too.
You know what I mean? And like,
I don't blame you for walking away from it.
Like,
I get it.
yeah, bro. What I learned during that December time that January and February that I went 2 months straight without Discord is that I don't have enough discipline to like not rejoin.
Fair enough. I'm not gonna.
So
I
have to
fair enough. I'll respect that.
If I make an account, I'm gonna get back on it, and then there you go. You know.
Tell you what, though. I mean,
Big
if
problem.
what is it? What do I have right now? I think like I'm curious if it's even possible to do 3-way calling. Let me see here. Hold on.
Irma has my phone number. I mean, I don't know if you could do a 3-way. I'm about to get to my location in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'll be able to have hold the conversation.
Okay.
But you know, it's up to you.
Let me see. If I do, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I have to, in order for me to do that, I have to upgrade to a business license. And how much is the business license?
Tell her to call me, and then we'll go 3-way, and then we'll go from there.
We could try it that way. Do you want to try that, Irma?
Sure.
Okay, call
Extremo,
and then add me to the call.
I do have his number. Oh my God. Okay.
If you don't have his number, is it okay?
I do.
I think I have Extremo's number. I think I have it.
Does it ask him if it still ends in 6525. It's the last four. No, that's not identifiable.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. You're good. Yeah.
It's not identifiable from the last four. I promise. I'm not.
You're good. Yeah. All right. So. Okay. All right. I think we're just call him and then add me to the 3-way call. All right.
Okay.
I appreciate it. All right. I'm gonna wait for you, Irma, and then we're gonna get right in. So it's an interesting conversation. We've got fatassdogs here.
I'm sorry. A business permit actually costs between $100 to $1,000, so they're not that expensive.
Oh, this is just this is just the phone system that I use. Okay, I'm getting a call.
Amazing.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey,
hello?
We got all sides of the spectrum right here.
All right, so we got Irma here?
Good morning.
All right, we got Irma. Okay. All right, so go ahead with your question, Irma.
Hey, Extremo.
Hey, what's up?
My question is, and I know you've heard this a lot, but what baffles me about the whole bathroom argument, and it's going to be men attacking women in the bathroom, is even cis men will identify that there is something off, different, feminine about trans women.
Right.
So I don't understand this idea that a trans woman is going to attack me. I've been in several bathrooms throughout my life with a drag queen, trans women, and I've never been uncomfortable. I have gone to bars that share, they're not like restrooms that have like men, women. They're, what are they called? Like gender neutral bathrooms. And I have like been in the bathroom in a gender neutral bathroom, and a man came in and just started using the urinal. And I still wasn't scared, by the way. I want to point out, I still wasn't scared. But this idea that women are going to be terrified of a trans woman is really weird. I'm more scared of a cis man, a bubble-looking, beefy, bearded bastard man that's going to, like, probably scare the shit out of me than some chick with, like, a bad shaven face, long hair, and bad makeup on.
Yeah, and I get that, dude. Like, the problem is, like, I'm looking at it from a reasonable. I try to make reason of it, right? Like, what is the position, right? One could be bigotry, and the other one can be like a general rule of thumb, which is that there's going to be a certain percentage of women that are going to feel uncomfortable around being around men in general, right? So I think that the laws that are being pushed are not to prevent trans women from using the restroom. Rather, they're trying to prevent a situation in which and I think that you and Amanda would agree that it would be the worst thing that could possibly happen in a situation, which is that a man that is not gay would use the women's restroom or use that as a scapegoat to use the women's restroom.
So
I don't see that situation happening. I don't see, and I do understand the fear. I do understand the fear. Absolutely, I'm with you. I'm a paranoid person. Like, I go with my kids to the bathroom because I don't want shit popping off.
Right.
I feel you. As a matter of fact, when I was a kid, I went into a McDonald's. I was like 7 years old. I went into a McDonald's. I went to use the restroom. When I was standing there washing my hands, a man came out of the stall for the handicap and scared the shit out of me. Nothing happened. That man was clearly mentally fucked up.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, clearly on something or clearly needed to be on something. So I completely hear what you're saying, but I am telling you, the gay trans community that we are attacking, saying it's not really because of you, it's because bad actors will act like you. You know what I'm saying?
No, and I get that. I'm not telling you that you need to we need to, like, punish everybody for the sins of a few. And I get that, you know? Hold on, give me 1 second.
And mind you, like, we're talking about specifically trans people, where a trans woman is, like, already, that's incredibly rare. Generally speaking, you're not even going to encounter somebody like this out in the wild. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just like Twitter stuff. At the same time, if there is a trans individual, you know, I just feel that there should be an expectation that they have a right to use the bathroom as they see fit. If that means that they're more comfortable in the men's restroom, then fine. Then you just let them use the restroom. If they're more comfortable in the women's restroom, then fine, go use the women's restroom. And let's assume, hey, maybe it's possible that this trans woman, you know, could sexually assault somebody. If there's even a hint of sexual assault, you know, it doesn't matter, trans, straight, gay, bi, whatever, they just go to jail. It's that simple.
Right, but the point, Amanda, is that's why before we even had this conversation, I prefaced which one would be a better world, right? In my position, I think you could kill 3 birds with 1 stone, bro, or you could kill all the birds with 1 stone if we just have a society in which trans women are comfortable going into the men's restroom and men are not fucking assholes. I think that solves all issues, because the reality is that your contention is that trans women feel uncomfortable because they receive harassment in the male's restroom. That's your position. Because the sign is just directions, bro. It does not say anything. The men and the women sign, right? It does not say anything, bro. What makes the person uncomfortable is the hypothetical harassment that they might receive. But if they receive no harassment,
wait a minute.
I mean,
Bender.
No.
Just for fun, right? Like, I just want to point out, right?
Bender.
Yeah.
When do we execute laws for possibilities? I mean, I understand that we make laws to prevent, but we're not going to make a law to, like, free punish someone before they ever actually do the actual crime, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, we have
yes,
lots
that's
of
what
preventative laws that do exist, but I guess the question is like, when I look at, like, for example, I mean, this is just like the first picture that I find on Reddit of from r/trans timelines, and I mean, honestly, if I saw this person on the right, I wouldn't clock them as being trans. I would just be like, okay, it's just a woman, and it's like, you know, hey, would it be better if they went to the men's restroom or the women's restroom? And I'm like, I just feel like that they'd probably feel better being in the women's restroom because they don't want to be around a bunch of men using the bathroom.
Yeah, but I feel like to disregard I think that it's morally wrong to disregard the justified and rational feelings of insecurity of an entire group of people over one person. Right?
I mean,
that's
again,
the
like
problem.
here's another photo. Like, you're gonna tell me the one on
And
the
then,
right
and then
needs to
another
go to the
thing.
women's restroom or to the men's restroom?
No, bro,
It doesn't
I
make any
don't. I
sense.
don't think. But the problem is that I don't dictate. I wouldn't dictate who gets to go to the restroom based on appearances, Amender. You could have
No,
like
well,
you.
but
I feel like I feel like it's
but that is what people are trying
The
to
law and
do in
policy.
legislation.
no, they're doing it based on sex, bro. It's
Well,
solely
there's
on
no,
sex
so
because that's the
they're not doing it based on sex. They're not. They can't. It's not possible to do it based
absolutely.
on sex. You have
Yeah,
to do
because
a,
they're
you
not
would have to
saying
do
one
a
hundred
blood
in the
percent.
test or check
bathroom.
their genitals prior to them going inside the restroom. So they're
No,
not using sex.
or a
They're
person
doing it
can just
based
be
on
honest.
looks. They're looking at somebody
No,
and then determining whether or not that they pass according to them. And like, I'm looking at this person on the right. If this woman used the women's
uh-huh.
restroom, I wouldn't even I wouldn't even bat an eye. Neither would you.
Okay. See, the problem is that again, right? Like I'm not basing my position off of appearances, bro. That's irrational. I'm basing it off of
No,
sex,
but that's
right?
what we do to
And the reality
determine
is,
what gender somebody is. That's what we do. We just look at
well,
them. We do it all the time.
to me. It's not. Amanda, the problem is it's not up to me as an individual to fucking prove to you that you're something that you're not. I think morally speaking, the responsibility of being honest
Well,
about
we're
one's
just
own
talking about
position is one's
practicality
own
of using the
responsibility,
bathroom, Extremo. That's all I'm saying,
right?
right? And
So,
like right
so
now,
and
currently in our
practical.
atmosphere, what we have is that there's a bunch of different states that are creating laws specifically to discriminate against trans people from using the bathroom. That has only exemplified
No.
rhetoric
Stop saying.
towards trans individuals being genuinely afraid to use the restroom out in public. They just avoid the restroom. And based on the Reuters article that I had posted, it was 60% of trans people just don't use public restrooms. They just avoid using public restrooms because they feel that they will get harassed.
I think 60% of trans women don't pass the test, bro, frankly, but probably more
But
than
do you
that.
see
The,
my
the point,
point though? Like, you're not really
no, yeah,
addressing
yeah.
what I'm
The point
trying to
is not
say.
invalid. It's invalid anyways. Your point is invalid anyways because, again, right? Like, uh, my position is that, well, what way could society solve this issue? The issue being that trans women feel uncomfortable using the
Yeah,
restroom,
the
which is
solution in
your
my mind is we make laws that specifically protect states from discriminating trans people in law. That's what we do.
right. If the discrimination is forbidding them from using the restroom, 100%. Is any state prohibiting trans people from using the restroom or
Yes.
trying to prohibit trans women? Okay, can you point to me just one law in the United States that is being proposed in the entire country in which the law proposes that trans people are not allowed to use the restroom at
All
all?
right. So you're saying
Just
specifically
one
they have to
example.
use the men's restroom, the one that of their identified
Sir,
sex. But in the aspect
sir,
of doing that,
I
what
just
they're
want you to
doing is that they
understand
go
that
to a
I'm
restroom.
asking you that is because you're saying that they're not allowed to use the restroom. I'm telling you, can you give me a proposal or a law or any type of thing that says that they're not allowed to use the restroom?
Yeah.
In Texas, they're in Texas with SB 8. They're passing laws requiring people. Hold on. They're requiring people in public schools, universities, and government buildings to use the restrooms and facilities matching their sex that was assigned at birth, banning transgender individuals from using facilities that align with their identity.
Okay, so that's my problem, right? You have not given me a proposal or a law that prohibits trans people from using the restroom.
I mean, there's tons
exactly
of
what
laws that
SB
have been passed preventing trans people from using the restroom.
Yeah.
So the law prohibits trans people from using the restroom.
Yes.
It's prohibiting them from using their preferred bathroom that they identify with by gender and forcing them to use their assigned sex at birth bathrooms. And as Amender has pointed out, there are quite a few trans people that do pass. It looks really fucking weird when Brittany is walking into the dude's restroom and then
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Not to me. You know what I'm gonna? No, not to me at all. You know what's gonna be the first? You know, Amanda and Ma. You know the first thought that I'm gonna have if I see Scarlett Johansson, trans Scarlett Johansson in the male restroom. You know the first thought I'm gonna think about?
She got a bigger dick than you?
I'm gonna be like, well, that's a tranny, or that's a trans person. You know, that's not a woman. That's a trans person.
But not everybody reacts that way. Do you see my problem?
But okay, but see, here's the reality, right? Like
people often react in very vitriolic ways, especially with the increased level of rhetoric that is coming in from the right, specifically towards trans individuals, a very tiny subset of the population.
Yeah.
And when they see a trans woman in the men's restroom, they often get assaulted. They just avoid using it. It's so bad that 60% decide, I'm just not going to use the public restroom. They avoid using it unless if it's unisex.
Look, bro, you know what, bro? Like the reality is that a lot of trans people have a lot of mental issues. There's a lot of mitigating factors. A lot of
women have mental issues. A lot of men have mental issues.
It doesn't prevent you from access to the bathroom. Exactly.
I mean, Extremo, what it sounds like you're okay with, because like when you said that you were okay with the woman that is walking into the clearly designated male, you'd be like, oh, that's just a trans woman. Okay, that might be you, and like Amender just pointed out to you, but that is actually putting that person, that trans woman, into harm's way, because again, like Amender pointed out, she is now most likely going to be assaulted in her sex-identified bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know. Frankly, like. And I'm not going to say that this is, I mean, because Amender has a study of like 1,000 people, which means it's true. Like, if I saw a person getting harassed in the restroom and you know, like in a way that, for the reason of them being trans, I wouldn't put up with it, bro. I'm a super conservative.
I'm glad that you're a good person. You're a good person. That has nothing to do with...
Most people are good people, man. Like, that's the reality. Again, right? Like, you're making laws for hypotheticals. The problem is that, like...
So are y'all. Hey, I would just like to point out every bathroom bill that has been put to the fucking floor is because they're arguing for a hypothetical that men are going to cosplay as trans women and come attack women. That's another thing that they're doing.
Yeah, I get that, but that's not the reason. I get why you would say that, but that's not the reasoning. The reasoning is because of the position that women hold as in total. It's not a matter of bigotry, and it's not a matter of us wanting, like us as conservatives wanting to like lessen the amount of trans people in the world. I don't think that's physically possible. I think that the reasoning behind
it's all a big part of that. Those are little bitty steps to the bigger picture of like, let's get rid of all trans people, by the way.
No, yeah, well, that's some people. I'm not on that boat. The point is that I'm making is that the reason we have women and men's restrooms and we separate these on sex is because of the differences in.
Yeah, and you know what, Extremo? We also used to have restrooms that were separated by color.
Right, but I already explained how like race and gender are not analogous to each other. They're just not.
How?
Can you give me a valid reason why a woman and a man?
So race and gender. We've already discussed this, Extremo. Race and gender are not.
Wait a minute. I really want to hear what his analogous for this is. I want to hear it first.
Right. Reasonably, can you give me a logical reason why it would be harmful for a black man or a black man and a white woman to be in the same room? Can you give me a logical reason?
They work together. They go to school together.
Not that they wouldn't be able to be together. A logical reason.
Well, the logical reason that people presented, the logical reason people presented why black people cannot be in the same restroom is that they're going to mess it up, and that they're going to that they're gonna make things worse for white people and make white people feel uncomfortable. That was the logic, and that stuck for a long time.
That doesn't answer my question. I said, can you come up with a logical reason why a black man should not be in the same room as a white woman? Can you come up with a logical reason?
Well, yeah. What the KKK argued, they would say things like, "Well, black men are more violent, and so that we should keep them away from white women because they are going to harm white women." There's a logical argument, and that's backed up by statistics. So what could you possibly say regarding the guy, the horrible KKK guy arguing that? Right? I would say, hey, let's make a law that says, I would say, hey, hold on. I would say, hey, let's make a law where we make it illegal for there to be laws passed to discriminate against black individuals. And I just don't see how there's any difference regarding trans individuals. It's the same thing in my book.
Amender, the problem is I gave you a task. I told you to give me a logical reason, and then you just gave me an illogical reason. And if you're saying, though, that is a logical reason, so now you're saying that black people are more violent.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying I agree with that argument. I'm saying that that's a logical position that people have. People had that logical position.
Extremo, he gave you a logical position that was just used in a different time. It still was a logical reason, by the way.
Okay, but no, it's illogical,
but mind you,
right?
That reason resonated with a majority of Americans in, say, the 1920s. I'm so glad that we've moved past that, where now that's not permissible.
I think segregation based on race is illogical, bro. I think segregation.
I agree. It is. Because ultimately, what it comes down to is wanting to discriminate against people that are not like you, and it is the same. And it is the same exact position regarding trans individuals. There is no logical position for why trans individuals should not be able to use the bathroom they see fit.
Amender, did you just hear what Extremo said? Did you just hear he is okay with segregating society by sex? I'm okay with this.
I did not hear that.
Let's put all men past the West Mississippi and all women on the East Mississippi and live different societies. Women will control one half and men control the other half. I like this. Segregate society by sex.
I 100% agree. Men should work and women should stay at home. Agreed, 100%.
No, we should have our own society.
All right. This is divulging. We're gonna discriminate against women now. I mean, come on. Women have a right to use to go to work if they want to work.
They do, but Ma is advocating for a segregated society.
We're not. Like, we're applying the hyperbole of your position.
Yeah. Well, no,
we don't actually agree with these things.
Yeah, I'm being hyperbole, but I mean, if we were going to separate either by color or gender, sex, then let me go with the sex segregation. I will agree with that.
Right, exactly, and because like I said earlier, it's logical to separate people by sex. It's illogical to separate people by race.
It's not. And maybe I would agree with you on sex, and I would agree with you that we have to do this in the medical field because, medical will apply differently to chemicals that are in each body, blah, blah, blah. I would agree with you. A person just needing to relieve themselves is not going to be one of those logical times that we should put up these extreme walls and be like, you can't go here. I'm with the person that was in the restroom or in the comments earlier that, like, we should really just have neutral bathrooms, gender neutral bathrooms, where people go do their fucking business.
If people decide, here's the thing, I look at it from a realm of practicality. If a business wants to say, okay, now our bathrooms are just going to be gender neutral from here on out, and then they change the signs, I'm operating under the presumption that doesn't get done. They don't even bother going that far, making it gender neutral, and it just stays as is. Based on the way that society currently has it, as is, trans individuals have a right to be able to use public facilities just as anybody else. And I would say that they need to be able to use it free of harassment. But we can't have that if we have government creating laws specifically singling out trans individuals from being able to use the bathroom of their chosen gender. Right? Because if they use let's say if they're a trans woman, as in that they are biologically man, they've transitioned to a woman by gender, they are now, they decide that they use the women's restroom. Well, then you have somebody that says, oh, you're not supposed to be in here, you're biologically a man. And then if they go to the men's restroom, then they ultimately get harassed because they're wearing a dress in the men's restroom. Like it really, we should just leave people alone. Just let them use the freaking restroom. Right. The fact that 60% of trans individuals avoid using public accommodations out of fear of harassment is just an example of just the level of vitriolic rhetoric coming from the highest heir of politics in the land.
Okay, well, let me give you a different law. That way we could try to boil down to see if we can get you to understand my position. What would be a better law? A law that allows trans women to go into women's restroom, a biological female restroom, and make 40% hypothetically of the population uncomfortable, or a law that if a trans person goes into the men's restroom and they are harassed, the person that did the harassment gets their penis removed. Which one would be a better law?
The first one.
Okay, so you're saying if it is better to eliminate or to make women uncomfortable and continue to have vitriol against trans people than to solve the issue than to actually solve the issue you have.
But what's the actual issue? I'm still confused what the actual issue is. People feeling icky, feeling people uncomfortable. What are we trying to prevent here?
I'm going to steel man Amander's position because I've gotten it very, very clear here. Amander's position is that he doesn't like that trans women get harassed in men's restrooms.
I just don't like trans women being harassed, and the only way that I see that we remove the vitriolic rhetoric is we pass laws that say to the states, no, you are not allowed to create laws that single out trans individuals with the express purpose of discriminating trans individuals. It's that simple.
Yeah, but so I gave you a hypothetical set of laws. One in which that if you do commit the thought crime of being antagonistic against a trans person, you get your penis removed, which 95% of men would agree is enough of a reason to not harass somebody. So it would effectively reduce the amount of harassment that a trans person gets. You understand that, right? Like that's what the hypothetical.
I'll be honest. I have no idea what you're arguing at this point, Extremo. I'm trying to follow you. It doesn't really make any sense.
Okay, it's very simple, right? There's two sets of laws. One of them allows trans women to go into a women's restroom, thus making 40% of the women that go into that restroom uncomfortable.
Yeah, but I believe that with time, in due time, when trans women are assumed that they can use the bathroom as they see fit, regular biological women will grow to realize that, hey, this is not a big deal. Like it'll be okay.
Sure.
In the same reason
Sure,
why
but
when the Civil Rights Act was passed, sure, I'm sure there was an amount of white people really
not analogous.
uncomfortable about being around black people and sharing their space with black people. And I mean, they just got over it. They got over it. And then, you know, everybody was hunky dory after that. Like it doesn't make any sense
Not,
for us to
not,
continue it
not,
down this,
not, a,
down this route.
not analogous, Amanda. We already went through that. Not analogous
It,
at all.
it, it, it
You
is
can't-
analogous.
There's
And I explained why.
there's no logic between separating people based on race. There's 100% logic. There's a tons of logic that makes sense to separating people based on sex. We already went through this. You agreed. Mal agreed. All three of us are in agreement. Race and sex are not analogous to each other.
So it is
We
analogous
already-
in the
as a
sense that
matter
there
of
are
fact,
laws being created based on immutable characteristics to discriminate against an X group of people. It doesn't matter if it's black people or trans people. It's the same concept,
And
albeit with
yeah.
a smaller population.
Okay, but the problem is that like your issue is that you don't want biological males that present as trans to be able to not use the women's restroom, right? You know,
No,
who else
I
is
just
not
want
able
trans
to use the
people to be able to use the bathroom they see fit, and free of harassment.
Right.
Very simple.
The
No,
problem is-
no
okay,
laws
Amanda,
or preventing from being able to use public facilities. Public facilities are assumed to be used by everybody in society.
Right, Amanda, but the problem is that, like, again, right, you're dismissing the can of worms, bro. The can of worms is that, well, okay, let's make that law, Amanda. What is the standard? Because you're saying that the only way to find out whether a person is trans or not is to look in between their pants. What is the standard?
I mean, that's a way that
It's the
people,
standard
that's, I mean, like, again, I mean, people just look at somebody and then determine. That's it. They just look at
Right,
somebody.
right.
And in fact,
So that-
did you
so-
know that there has been
so-
increased amounts of harassment towards cisgendered women that don't fit the perfect idealization of what a woman should look like? And they say, oh, well, I think you're trans. And then there they are harassing a cisgendered woman. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the
bro.
rhetoric that is made this environment antagonistic, not just to trans women, but to cisgendered women.
Yeah, so, well, to be fair, women have been being harassed for, generations.
So maybe we should do less of that,
Oh,
don't you think?
no, time the fuck out. To be fair, women have been harassed, so we should just accept that. And put it
No,
to some side.
wait, hold on. I was just about to respond, finish my sentence. I'm not saying that it's okay, but it is something that we already understand is a problem. Like that's neither here nor there. The point is that you don't like it, that it's a harassment, which I get. But the problem is that when given the option to have a solution that ends harassment, you went with the option that creates more vitriol. The condition that I gave you is that trans women, biological males, use the biological male restroom, and the law that I proposed was that if that person gets harassed in the restroom by a biological male for being trans, they get their penis cut off, and then their family is killed. And you still said that you would rather want the alternative, which is to make women 40% of women uncomfortable. We both agree that there is justification for some women, to be uncomfortable being around men. And we also agreed that women and men are biologically different inherently based on sex. I just think that your position is illogical, Amanda.
It doesn't.
I hope that you
I mean,
understand
again,
that you're
I feel like I've addressed all of those questions, and I mean, all you have at this point is to just say that the position is illogical, but not present any evidence as to why it's illogical.
I did, Amanda. I feel like if you were to listen to the conversations that we've had, I've proven inconsistency. Well, okay, but I've proven inconsistencies. I've had you say something, and then like 30 minutes later, you'll say you didn't say it while it's recorded.
I own everything I've said.
Okay, but you've also said that like black people shooting each other and rapping about it is good. That's my problem.
That's a different topic entirely.
Well, I understand, but the point that I'm making is that like you hold these illogical positions simply.
It's not
to
an
try to prove a
illogical
point.
position to
But
say that trans women or trans individuals have a right to use the bathroom they see fit. It's entirely, and it
I
is
think
entirely within my worldview, and it works.
Well, it doesn't, because it dismisses the views of 50%, the reasonable
It
views
doesn't.
of 50% of the population.
It doesn't.
Of the group affected. But look, bro. At the end of the day, bro, God bless you, Amanda, and God bless you and your family too, man. Like, really, I miss you guys a lot, but I just want you guys to know that, like, right now, our country is being divided by fucking rhetoric. That's it, on both sides, Trump and thing. And I'm starting to lose a little bit of confidence in Trump, bro. I'm starting to not like the ICE shit. I'm starting to not like the Zionism that he's
Really?
doing. At first, I was okay with it. Yeah, because at first it was in my interest, but now I'm starting to realize that, you know what, if I'm not able to put my side in check.
What was it in
something
specific
wrong,
that started
then
showing
I'm-
cracks in your worldview there, or in how you felt about
when,
Trump? Maybe not
I-
worldview. How you felt about Trump?
I watched the video of the ICE agent shooting the lady. Trump defended it, and I'm an ACAB guy. You know that. I've always been an ACAB guy.
Okay.
So I don't like government overstepping boundaries that have been set by a constitution. I don't like that in general.
Sounds
So
good.
he's doing that.
I appreciate you calling in, Extremo, and thank you, Irma, for helping out with. I don't know who called who, but thank you.
Have a great day.
Bye bye.
Hey, man, y'all have a blessed day. Assalamu alaikum.
So we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. It looks like Irma is currently in the Discord. What did you think of that, Irma?
That was fun. That was fun. He hasn't changed. Extremo hasn't changed. Come on now.
He's never changed. He's is the same. But I am glad that he's having an issue with ICE, which is at least there's like some.
There's a crack. We just need one little crack.
There's humanity.
Oh, yeah.
There. You know,
How's it going,
which is-
Amender?
Hey, how you doing, fat ass dogs?
Hey, good to see you again. I hear
Yeah.
you guys talking about the ice
Yo,
shooting.
yippee-yay.
No, we were
Yippee-yo,
actually
yippee-yay,
we were talking
yippee-yo.
about trans rights and trans individuals.
I mean, that topic is just so. I don't know. I just hear it so many
It's talked
times.
about
I
a
get
lot.
bored of
It
it.
is. It's talked about a lot. It is.
Do you want to talk about ICE, fat ass dogs?
Oop, we're getting
We don't
another
have to
phone
talk
call.
about ICE,
Hey,
but I want to
it
talk
quiet,
about.
y'all. Keep it quiet. We got a phone call.
Let's see what the call's about. See what the call's about.
You can hit the live, by the way. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, hello.
Hello.
This is Excadriller.
Hey, Excadriller.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to build on to what Extremo was saying. I have a different like position than his.
Okay.
So, I don't really care what bathroom they use. My issue is why have like men and women's bathroom at all?
Yeah. Yeah. So once again, I'm perfectly okay if a business decides, okay, we're going to make it unisex. I just think that there's like a level of practicality that we ought consider where you could still have men's and women's restroom. My goal is like, you know, there's a lot of small businesses. They don't really have a lot of money to be sitting there and, you know, making changes based off of, you know, some sort of a culture war going on. And I'm operating within kind of the paradigm that we have, which is a lot of places have men and women's restroom. I mean, if they want to do the unisex thing, hey, nothing wrong with that. Do the unisex thing. But if you have the men and women's, you don't have to change anything about it. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's fair. No, I think it would be a small change, honestly, because you could just replace the bath. Actually, never mind. It wouldn't be that small.
You could just change the bathroom signs out and it's a unisex, and then you'd likely have to, either install urinals or the lack thereof, remove the urinal.
Yeah.
Either way. I mean, regardless, it's like my solution requires no change at all. You don't have to change anything about your life. The only thing that you would likely have to change is people that are openly vitriolic towards trans people would not be allowed to do so.
Fair. But I think that the reason why I'm arguing for gender neutral bathrooms for everyone, I think it would just make everyone happier. That's just my argument. So,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
think anyone would
maybe,
have a
sure.
problem
I
with
mean,
that.
like I said, if you want to do it, go for it. I'm operating under the presumption though that not everybody, they have the funding to, fulfill those accommodations, and, maybe you just let people use the restroom. They're just using the restroom. They don't really care.
Yeah, I don't really care either, to be honest.
Yeah.
I have more of a problem with like sports and like prison, but that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of trans individuals being able to go into sports as well, on the basis that there do exist biological women that have inherently more testosterone than what is natural. If, for example, I know like the Olympics, they have included trans individuals to be able to compete, but they have to have a specific hormone level, which is also exclusive towards as well people with androgen differences.
Yeah, I don't have any insight.
Commander.
I'm just a dumbass, to be honest.
No, you're fine.
He's live.
You're good, Excadriller.
All right,
he's live.
that's really all I wanted to say.
Yo.
All right,
What?
X guy. I appreciate
Interesting.
you calling in.
All right,
Have
I'll
a great
talk
day.
to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was Excadriller. One.
I'm on my way home from university.
Hello. How are you doing? What, you're not going to talk, Magnus? You were just talking.
Oh,
The
no,
phone
I'm on
call
my
just
way from
ended.
university home. I thought you talking to a caller.
Me too.
No, they just hung up. So you got to hit my live so you can hear them.
Yeah, it's no, I'm on my way. I was just like today was the course for the politics of metaphors. It's a bachelor's course, and some people gonna write their bachelor or even their master in that course, but it's not my specialization. I'm gonna specialize on children's and youth literature. So, yeah, that's more my thing.
I see.
I was thinking about like maybe
We're getting
maybe
a phone
like
call.
writing a children's book about
We're getting a phone call.
queer
Click my
friendly.
live, Magnus.
Hold on, Magnus.
You're on the line with
I
First
can't
Amender.
click it.
Hey, what's up, First Amender? I just thought I'd call you on the line instead of waiting in the Discord because I just thought
What's up,
Anyway.
fat ass dogs?
How you doing, man? By the way, I might be getting a debate on Max's channel soon, so tune in for that. I'm gonna be debating that Brian guy that you debated.
Cool. Sounds like
And
fun.
I'm gonna destroy him. It's gonna
You
be
think?
amazing. Yes.
I've started to veer off away from like, oh, let's, debate and destroy people. It's more like I want to have like a discussion with people and to see what they think about something.
I was just trying to heat it up like an MMA match or some shit like that. But okay.
It's funny.
But no, anyway, I called in to talk about the recent ICE shooting with that one lady.
Sure.
So let's look at the actions, okay? Forget about her politics. Forget about ICE. Forget about Donald Trump for a minute. Let's look at the actions of what the officer and the female did, okay?
Okay.
So let's start off. Okay, first before the video starts, she rammed her car into ICE agent vehicles. That's a crime. We can both agree with that, right?
I would imagine that there's probably a level of intent there. The parts where she did commit that were for sure illegal were the fact that she was being given a lawful detainment order. She did not heed those orders.
We'll
And
get
then-
to that. I was talking about.
And
the
then
part
number two,
before
she
it was
attempted to leave the scene after
Yes.
being given a lawful detainment order, which is means you are not free to leave upon a detainment request.
That is a felony, yes. But anyway, forget about that. So before the video, she rammed her car into ICE agent vehicles, and then when the
She
video
did not ram her
starts,
car into ICE agent vehicles.
Yes, she
False.
did.
She did not.
There would be video, and that's
Then
false.
why did the cops tell her to get out of the car?
She told her to get out of the car because she was blocking traffic, and I would imagine that they wanted to do an arrest based on that.
Okay. But as you can clearly see, she is ordered to get out of the car, right?
Yes?
Okay, and then as you can clearly see, there's a officer in front of her car, okay? And I think we could both see it. She can see it.
Yes, as she was
The cop can
reversing,
see it.
he decided to place himself in front of that vehicle to prevent her from leaving.
Well, like I said, she could have. Well, again, she chose to put her vehicle into drive and step on the gas in front of
While
in front of
turning
a ICE
away.
officer.
And she also didn't hit that officer. Or actually,
She attempted-
she grazed that officer who had decided to stop in front of a vehicle that was not in neutral or park. It was in reverse
her
and then
off.
subsequently put into drive.
Yes, but that was in order to block her off, though.
Hey, real quick, I'd hate to do this to you mid-call, but I do have some laundry that I'm taking care of, and it is now fully dried. Can you just give me like 10 minutes? Can you give me 10
I'll call
minutes?
you back.
Yeah, call me right
I'll call you
back.
back.
We'll have more discussions about this. I
Come
apologize
back
for
to
doing
the
this,
come
y'all.
back to the Discord.
Hold on. I gotta work on.
No,
I
tell
gotta-
him to come back to the Discord.
Okay, yeah. Oh, fair enough. You can go back to the Discord. Okay, hold on. I will be right back. I'm gonna deafen and mute. Just hang tight. Just give me 10 minutes. I just gotta quickly load some laundry. Just do some quick folding. There's not a lot, so it shouldn't take me that long. Just give me like 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. I'll even play music. There you go. Hopefully that'll help a little bit. Just hang tight. Sorry about that, guys. You know what I just realized? Irma, I don't know if you guys just want to have a conversation between you three and then just record. Since you're a moderator, Irma, you'd be able to mute people if people get out of hand. Just know that we're recording live. Would you like to do that?
On here, on where?
Yeah, just have it like if you guys want to have a conversation amongst yourselves while I'm doing laundry. So that way it's not just like dead air, I guess.
No.
Do you want to?
I don't have anybody in here, so.
What? There's
Everybody's
a
muted.
reasonable Arab man and there's Panzerwolf.
Muted. Nobody.
Are you guys there? Do you guys want to have a conversation?
I was hoping fatassdogs would come back.
All right, tell you what. I'm going to leave it unmuted. just in case, okay? But I leave it up to you, Irma, to mute people if somebody just randomly shows up and starts blasting the N-bomb or something.
Good luck.
Okay.
There. Hi, fat ass dogs.
Hello, I'm back.
I'll talk to her.
There you go.
Reasonable. Hello.
Just keep in mind that you guys are, in fact, being recorded. So just be aware. Just be mindful of your behavior. I'm still AFK. I'm still doing laundry, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, Irma. I'm sure you heard what I said on the call.
I posted the video that is the 3 minutes leading up to the video, and there is no ramming. She does not ram the ICE officer. She is blocking traffic, and so I will totally agree with that. But the 3-minute video up to the shooting, she was not.
Okay,
ramming
I was wrong
officers.
about that.
Yeah,
I was wrong about that.
She was blocking traffic.
Okay, she was blocking traffic, which is still illegal, but not like
That's not a killable offense. Nobody should get shot for just blocking traffic. That's the one thing that is driving me insane about this whole thing is this idea that because she did not comply, because of this, she deserved to die.
No, it was the intent that she put her car into drive and intended to hit an ICE officer.
You and I understand how fast that video happened, correct? She was not giving clear instructions. There were 3 people yelling at her, all from different sides. And then her own partner, spouse, or whoever the other person was saying, drive, baby, drive. So there was another person instructing her. There were 4 people instructing her because there was one officer yelling, get out of the car. There was another officer right behind her car saying, get out of here. It is heard on the video. So there were multiple instructions being given to her. She is not a trained anything. She is a fucking civilian. So she panicked. And why the fuck no law enforcement officer, I don't care who you are, has the right to reach their hands into your car.
Okay. First off, what you said, there's one thing you said that was untrue. One thing.
What?
You said that she was shot for impeding traffic. No, she was shot because she attempted to murder somebody with her vehicle. She did.
Go ahead. Let me clarify what I said. I am saying that people are justifying her being shot for not complying. I'm not saying that what she was or what she wasn't. There has been no investigation, so I don't actually know why she was shot, except a man panicked and shot her in the face. What I am saying is I have heard on many news sources all over the internet that people are justifying her being shot for not complying with law enforcement. And I'm sorry, but that's just not a murderable offense.
But that's not why I think that it was justified. Look, I'm not happy that somebody got shot. Nobody is happy that anybody got shot. But the fact is, she attempted to run the cop over, and the cop thought he was in impending danger, so he had the right to defend himself, and that falls under self-defense.
Yet he recorded the call the entire time and never even dropped his phone. So he feared for his life. He was in imminent danger, but was recording the whole thing. They themselves have released a video of him filming the whole thing. He was never actually. No, it wasn't. It was a cell phone.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. No. It was a cell phone. No, you can see the video. He's holding a cell phone.
No, he has a body cam on him. It's clear.
No,
it's from the body cam.
No, it's not from body cam.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do some research on this, my dude.
Show me show me a close up of him holding a phone in his hand and recording.
Okay, I can do that. Give me a minute.
Perfect. But even if he was on his phone, that still doesn't justify her trying to ram her car into him.
But it doesn't. But he would have to be justified in order to shoot her. That he was in imminent danger, and he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
She attempted
because he
to hit him.
Still was. No, she did not. She was attempting to get the fuck out of there.
She moved forward. She moved forward, and she saw him in front of him, and she purposely stepped on the gas, and she went forward.
No,
she did that on purpose.
She was already shot when you hear the gas run. So no. But anyways, going back to him holding. Here's that, by the way.
Yeah, but he was grazed by the car. He didn't get grazed by the car until after she drove off. So she did drive.
Grazed by the car. That, you know, when somebody is shot, their whole body tenses up, especially if you're shot in the fucking face. And so your whole body tenses up and your foot is going to ram on the gas if you've been shot.
If
So
if she had no
we
intention,
don't actually. So you can't tell me, and this is really going to be hard to prove on either side. By the way, I'm not saying this is on you or on me, but it's going to be really hard to prove when that actually gas ramming happened because she had already been shot in the face.
let me ask you this: if she didn't intend to hit the cop, why didn't she go into reverse?
She did go into reverse because
No,
again,
she didn't. The
you
car went
understand what a
forward.
3-point turn is? Yes, but anyways,
The car went forward. You're making that up.
Did you not watch the whole video where she is backing
I did
up?
watch
You can see the reverse lights. She is turning her wheels.
Oh, when
and
did
she turns them back?
If she was going to go into reverse, hold on. If she was going to go into reverse, why didn't the car go backwards? It would have went backwards.
She was okay. Watch the video again because I'm not going to sit here and debate with you. Watch the fucking video. Watch every
I mean, the
from
video
every
speaks
angle.
for itself. The video speaks for itself. She clearly went to drive.
Clearly, this is a yellow dress, blue dress fucking argument because you're not using your eyes to fucking see. She had her reverse lights on. Did you see that? Yes or no?
Yeah, and
No. I just asked one question, and that was all I needed the answer to. So she did have her reverse lights on. So just because she did not move the vehicle back, she then is trying to get away because they are trying to surround her car.
That was her brake light. That was her brake light. She hit her brake and then went into the drive. Yes, that's how you go into drive on a vehicle. That's why you saw that light. Yes.
Okay.
So
going
she didn't go
going
in
back,
reverse. She went into drive.
Badass dogs. We've still never finished the debate about the fact that he was using his cell phone. You continue to say that was fucking his
irrelevant.
No,
it's irrelevant.
But that is still something that you yourself have lied about. So why should I believe anything that you say?
Okay, but it's irrelevant. I saw it with my clear eyes. She didn't go into reverse. She hit the brakes.
I'm pulling up the video again. I'm pulling up the video again. Are we gonna have to watch this together and do it?
Okay, but do you not know what a brake light is? Do you not know what a brake light is?
Do you know what a reverse light is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good. It's the white light, not the red one. Just so we're clear.
Yes. But guess what? She still went into drive, and the vehicle still went forward. So she had no intention of going into reverse.
No, because she was still trying to evade the cops that are fucking surrounding her.
Well, she shouldn't have been evading them in the first place.
Yeah, she is a citizen. She has absolutely every right. ICE does not have any fucking legal authority over its citizens. Do you not understand this?
They're law enforcement.
They're not law enforcement. They are immigration, customs.
Right.
They are not. They do not have any kind of legal authority over a citizen. Is that correct?
All right, so I'm back. All right, so number one.
Yeah, but anyone can make an arrest.
Hey, so number one, fat ass dogs. Number one, that was not body cam footage. He was holding a cell phone. Number two, you could see multiple angles of the driver having actively avoided the ICE officer by turning to the right. Even the footage by the person holding their cell phone, you can see them very clearly turning to the right. They definitely 100% were avoiding hitting that person. Now, I'll grant you that they grazed that officer as that they were driving away. But empirically speaking, it was the officer themselves that put themselves in front of that vehicle and then stopped in the middle of the vehicle to prevent the vehicle from leaving. And rather than him being genuinely afraid of himself, of his life, because usually when people are genuinely afraid of their life, they're not holding their cell phone in one hand to record and then having their gun in the other hand. It just doesn't make any sense. That's not what somebody who's genuinely afraid of their life would do. If you were genuinely afraid of your life, he would have stepped out of the way. That's what a reasonable person would do.
Sure. But again, the officer, this picture I just tagged you in. The cop is clearly standing in front of the car. He has the right to do that. But if he's standing in front of the car, she shouldn't have gone forward, right?
I agree. I'm not arguing that what she did was operating in a lawful manner. She was lawfully detained, and also she should have stepped out of the vehicle when ordered to do so. She has a legal obligation to do that. The problem that I'm having is that after that she had decided to flee, rather than the police officer stepping out of the way and then issuing a citation at their house because they already got their license plate number, instead what he did is that he decided to body block a person who is trying to flee the scene with their own body. And then after that they had shot them, which, by the way, police manuals will tell you to not step in front of a vehicle and shoot the person and then assume that the vehicle is going to stop. The vehicle is not going to stop based on training guidelines. The vehicle, if anything, will actually speed up because their foot is over the gas pedal. And if you shoot somebody and they lose their consciousness, they're just going to increase in speed because you just turned them into a brick.
All right, Mender. Okay, genuine question. What happened first? Did the cops shoot her first, or did she put the car in drive first?
Can you please look? She put the car in reverse first. I just posted the video where you clearly see her put the car in reverse and actually reverse.
I don't know which one happened first.
Yeah,
I think it's roughly around the same time, the same exact time.
It's the
but the problem
Detroit
that I'm
video.
having, the problem that I'm having is that he decided to have his cell phone out while standing in the middle of the vehicle, having put himself into harm's place, and then he gets grazed from the corner of the vehicle, did not get knocked over, held his cell phone the entire time. This is not somebody who's afraid of their life. Somebody who's afraid of their life doesn't hold their cell phone and has a gun in the other hand.
And stands their whole fucking ground.
Sure, but attempting to manslaughter somebody is still grounds for self-defense, though. If you have an impending impending danger,
no, it is not.
An impending danger.
You do not have
not for a trained officer.
You do not have a legal imperative to murder somebody if they're going to accidentally kill you. No.
No, that's not.
You don't have that option.
She did that on purpose.
No,
she didn't. She did not.
No,
she did not. She actively avoided it, dude. Okay, all right. How about this? I'm gonna play the video just for you, so you could see it for yourself. Okay.
I've seen it before, but let's watch.
All right. So we're gonna watch two videos. So the first one that we're gonna watch. Give me 1 second. I have to pull it up on my.
Are you gonna show the one from the cop and then the one from the wife?
All right. So here's
There's
the
not a video that's been released from the wife.
So we're gonna push forward, right? We're gonna push forward because obviously some stuff happens here. But what we're interested in is roughly around here.
I said, go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
That's the cops video.
All right. So what? Yeah, this is the cops video, right? So you could see her. Hold on. So we could see her clearly here. She's backing away, right?
She's reversing away.
She's reversing. And then, look, what I need you to look at right here is very important. Please observe the driver specifically veering herself to go to the right. Watch. One more time. You saw her turning to the right. Correct?
Yes, and
it's empirically verifiable that she turned to the right. And if you could actually observe right here, he put himself into harm's way. He stopped in the middle of the vehicle, and he did not move out of the way. And by the way, he's recording. Stop. He's recording with his cell phone footage. He's recording with his cell phone footage. And by the way, just FYI, he fires 3 shots in this. So there's venture to say that he likely got grazed by this vehicle, but he actually had switched his cell phone from his right hand to his left hand so that way he could pull out his gun. So I'm going to show you where it appears to be, maybe they did crash into them on purpose. But if we actually look at previous footage, here we go, and I'll present you this.
Hang on.
Of what exactly happened.
Before you do that, can I make a point? Just a quick point. Just pause it real quick. I want to make a quick point about this, okay? Just because I didn't get to say anything, all right? So remember how you said that, you showed that you paused when he was about to get in front of the vehicle. He got in front of the vehicle, so she should have stopped.
Yes, she should have stopped.
But
I agree.
Yes.
people
Right, now,
flee
let's-
all the time. Fleeing is not a crime.
But fat ass dogs. The problem is dogs that doesn't mean the ICE agent has a right to open fire on this person. So take a look right here, because this is where we could see very clearly where this officer was standing at the time. So here we go. No! Backing up. Look, you could observe the officer right there in the back very clearly.
Yep. Not the one on the door.
There he is.
She's backing up.
There he is. And so there you could see.
Dipshit.
And so there, here we could see that he's got his cell phone out. He's got his gun already pointed out. You could see the gun, right? You see it?
Yeah.
Okay. And rather than him getting out of the way, he's deciding to body block this car with his gun pointed at her.
He's
and
probably
then,
trying to hold
and then
her
if
gun
you look right
pointed.
here, he is clearly off to the side. You could see her turning away.
Yeah,
he is clearly off to the side, and boom, there's your first shot. So here we go. You could see her once again.
No, it was the second.
Off to the side. Boom, boom, boom.
But you got to understand though. You got to understand.
Okay, but you could see he's not in danger here, right? And also, secondly, do you think that it is appropriate to, after the fact that he is already safe, as in the car is not going to hit this officer, that it is okay to fire 2 more shots to ensure that she dies?
Well, that was self-defense. First off, okay.
How is it self-defense if he's safe? He's safe at this point.
Because she tried to shoot at him. Okay, look.
What? He shot at him. What is happening? I'm breaking your brain.
I know. Just let me finish my point, man.
All right,
okay?
go ahead. Explain. Now that we've watched the footage.
Okay, she tried to. Okay, she went in reverse. I mean, she went in a reverse, and then the cop tried to get in front of her to stop her, and she didn't stop.
Correct.
So it's intent. So she clearly intended not to stop.
Yes.
Right.
She didn't intend to stop. I agree with you.
Not a punishable crime by death.
Flee. You don't have a right to kill somebody just because somebody is fleeing the scene. I'll grant you, right, that they committed an illegal. Hold on. I'll grant you that they committed an illegal action. That's fine. The question is whether or not that it was justified to kill that person.
Or that illegal.
I don't think we should be using guns at all.
When he went for his gun, I believe personally he was trying to hold her at gunpoint, being like, put that car in park.
That's still not okay.
And then she didn't, and then he shot her because he was in impending danger. Can we agree that a vehicle can be used as a weapon?
Okay.
Yes, we all agree with
a weapon.
Yes, we all agree with
you
that.
can use a vehicle as a weapon, okay? So who knows what this lady could have done with her vehicle?
But she was actively turning away from him. Number one. Number two, the officer put himself into danger specifically by body blocking the car from leaving. And then thirdly, rather than him stepping off to the side and then issuing a citation later, what he decided to do was to pull out his gun with his cell phone out, which is not what somebody who genuinely is fearing for their life does.
I would have dropped my cell phone.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're afraid of your life, you likely would have dropped your cell phone.
Trying to get the fuck out of the way of the vehicle, like jumping out of the way.
His cell phone out before she even hit him, though. So the cell phone's irrelevant.
But it's not, because the cell phone footage also proves that he was never really in harm's way.
He was.
He wasn't.
When he tried to block her off again, she tried to go forward and he shot her.
You just summarized what happened, but you did not justify that it should have happened like that.
Yeah, I'm justifying the fact that he used self-defense.
No, come on,
because
Penguin.
his life was in danger.
Come on, Penguin. Bring it on.
Okay, sorry, just quick question, because I've had this same conversation, I've listened to the same conversation or debate like 5 or 6 times in recent days, and I think it is always turning around people like either disagreeing on observable facts or debating the intention behind both actions, like the intention from the women or the, let's say, intent by the officer. And I just want to know, does anyone still see like value in this? Because like the intent thing is something that can never be proven. The officer will obviously never admit to anything else.
Intent cannot be proven outside of a person's actions. You use a person's actions and what they're doing to understand the intent of that person. I think if you're genuinely in fear of your life, number one, I probably wouldn't be holding my cell phone like, oh, I got to record this. I probably would have ended up either dropping my phone, putting my phone away and running, or I mean, my concern would not be, I got to get this footage. Do you see my problem?
There were other for the officer.
Exactly.
That's what kills me.
Yeah, exactly. But since this can only be taken as like, what would you say, hints towards one outcome or the other, there can never be proof. And obviously this seems to be something that like you've been turning in circles for like the last 10 minutes because you're in fundamental disagreement about intent on both sides, or let's say intent for the woman and let's say
the cop.
And if it was appropriate for the cop to react like he did, the officer.
So I'm definitely not trying to make arguments from the intent of anybody because I don't know. I was not there and I'm not in their heads. And so that is definitely not what my position is. As I've held my position from the very beginning, I do not understand the people that want to justify this murder because she defied law. That's it. If that had been the case, then January 6th should have been a fucking bloodbath. But anyways, to your first point, Dead Penguin, the harder thing to debate is that we are debating observable facts. These things are clearly able to be seen, and that's what blows my mind. That is the one debate I don't know how to stop having. I will admit, this is one of those walls I continue to run into because it's observable. And so I don't understand how the observable situation can be such perceived in so many different ways, but that's the one for me. I'm never going to sit there and argue with anybody's intent on what happened. Definitely not until a full investigation has been done. That's for sure.
That's interesting you brought up January 6th because I was going to actually ask something about that.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Was it justified when the cop shot Ashley Babbitt? Because if we're gonna use your logic with hold on, before you answer, can I use the same logic you used with this ICE agent with Ashley Babbitt?
Sure. What was the logic that I've applied to this?
You said that the ICE officer's life wasn't in danger. And I could make the same argument that the Capitol Police officer's life wasn't in danger either when Ashley Babbitt tried to storm in.
Fair point.
So would you agree that Ashley Babbitt didn't deserve to get killed either?
Based on that logic, correct.
Okay. So where are the protests for her? Where are her protests? Why didn't the left go out and protest for her?
Because the left wouldn't.
Why not?
Just like the right wouldn't protest for the left. Let's not act like it's a moral bullshit hypocrisy when the right doesn't protest for the left and the left don't protest
all the time. Actually, I protest for free speech.
Oh no! Let's not act like your free speech is the same thing as everybody else's free speech.
No, free speech is free speech.
Well, not you. I don't want to speak specifically to you because I don't really know you. So apologies for that.
Amender I've known Amender for a little bit. He knows I don't say hateful things like that. Okay, I don't go out and say, "Oh, N-word this." I'm just saying we shouldn't censor people. I'm just saying. I'm against all forms of censorship.
All right. Well, I wanted to go back.
Why are you for the president that is censoring the media? Anyways, I'm just curious.
I wanted to go back to the fact is that she did not try to kill him, right? She did not intend to kill him.
It doesn't appear that way to me.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that way, but this is where, like, since this cannot be proven. Maybe she was just very inept in trying to kill him.
Well, so Penguin, Dead Penguin,
making the devil's advocate.
So Dead Penguin, she turned to the right. She specifically went to avoid hitting him.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side here. I see it the same way. I'm just saying that this is
a debate that we
what could reasonably come to that conclusion?
You come to that conclusion because you are on a general side of this whole like topic, debate, whatever, and you want the facts to match the narrative. That is my opinion, and I don't think you will come into.
If the facts showed, for example, her turning to the left towards the officer, and like I look at the person, they've got like an angry face, I'd probably say, yeah, she intended to kill the ICE officer.
She was gonna.
As I say, I agree, but I also say that you are about to lose your marbles if you debate this like for the 10th time with people who obviously are not willing to accept those.
They too are viewing it from their facts and opinions.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to have conversations with y'all. This is a very interesting topic. If you want to talk to a woke liberal, I'm right here. We are taking calls.
I was wondering, like, are any topics available, or was this all just like trans bathroom debate?
we can bring up. I can pull up some stuff on Ground News and just talk about it. Let's see here.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know this specific situation as far as this gunman and the woman who got shot. I mean, I would say like the only case in which like an officer should shoot somebody, if that woman in the car, if she was like speeding toward him and he couldn't like jump to like the left or the right, and that was like the only option he had, then sure. But it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like a woman was like speeding to like try hitting them.
3 miles per hour, maybe.
Okay, so here I got some stuff here. This is
what kills me.
This is from Ground News.
There's so many other options for him besides shooting her. Anyway.
Just 1 in 5 Americans support Trump's effort to acquire Greenland. Reuters Ipsos poll finds. On January 14th, a Reuters Ipsos poll found only 17% of Americans approve of President Donald Trump's efforts to acquire Greenland, based on a 2-day survey that concluded on Tuesday. President Donald Trump frames Greenland as vital to the U.S. security to block Russia and China, and White House officials have discussed military force or lump sum payments to gain control. Breakdown of answers revealed 47% disapproval, 35% unsure, and only 4% backing military force, and some 71% saying that it would be a bad idea, according to the Reuters Ipsos poll respondents. U.S. Vice Presidents J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will meet Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers Wednesday after Greenland's prime minister said that the island prefers to remain part of Denmark. The White House image prompted a debate about Arctic influence, but whether this becomes policy depending on diplomatic exchanges in the coming weeks. As a part of the and just for fun, we can list as well the bias comparison of the differences of these articles based off of this particular topic. Left-leaning coverage have emphasized public disapproval, highlighting a majority of Americans do not support Trump's Greenland plans, detailing a specific White House social media post. In contrast, right-leaning outlets frame the efforts as expansionism and bellicosity, connecting them to...
You are reading so fast. It's like you're at 1.5 speed, and I don't even remember putting that setting on.
Should I slow it down?
A little bit, just a little.
So connecting them to a broader foreign policy and using terms like by force and threats to NATO ally Denmark. to portray aggressive overreach. Noting 71% opposition to military action. Center-leaning reports neutrally present low support, stating just 1 in 5 Americans back the efforts. While all agree on low public support for Trump's Greenland endeavors, the left focuses on domestic opinion and specific events, whereas the right broadens the narrative to a critique of perceived imperialistic foreign policy, revealing a fundamental ideological split on executive power and international relations. So I'm on the international relations side here. I think that if you end up creating enemies of, say, for example, NATO-backed allies, namely Greenland and Denmark, Greenland up being a territory of Denmark, and Denmark being a member of NATO, NATO is the world's most powerful military of all time. And my question is, do we remove that? Do we stop NATO from being a thing and then we just go to war effectively with ourselves? Is this worth it? Anybody?
I like one thing.
I mean, you see the people.
I would like to bring forward is that this would be like a war between the US and NATO allies, and in this regard, I think all European allies, it's in their best interest to stand behind Denmark. At least they perceive it that way.
Correct.
Would be a clusterfuck of colossal proportions. Like just take Germany. We have at least 2, I think 3 massive US bases inside our territory with Ramstein and Frankfurt, I think. And I think there's even one more. I can't really see this be like any violent acquisition of Denmark has to be, from the US side, I think has to be like Russia taking Crimea style. Or I hope that the Pentagon will perceive it as not worth it. And as a European, as a German, I obviously, in the first place, hope that they will perceive it as not worth it.
So
that
to
is
me,
something
it's like,
that I wanted to like.
It's like we're gonna what? We're gonna go to war with. I mean, with NATO,
Former allies.
which what is NATO? NATO is virtually the entirety of the EU. Virtually, not all of it, but a majority of the EU is a NATO ally. And we're going to what? We're going to go to war with our trade allies, as well as we're going to throw away the most powerful military of all time. NATO is one of the strongest military coalitions that acts on behalf of the United States' interests. And we're going to decide, we're going to throw that away, all for some desire of a territorial expansion based off of a single orange man? Are we insane?
Yeah, we did vote him in.
I didn't vote him in.
So how good do you see the chance that this is literally like there's so much like all at the same time that this is like one of Trump's outbursts, let's say, to push away from the Epstein files, or to push the Epstein files from the conversation that just got out of hand, and he's just the kind of person to roll with that?
My question is what's going to happen? What if Trump actually does do something? What would happen?
You're asking. That's the question I'm asking. Oh, Vaughn, you could probably answer this. What would happen if Trump really does invade Greenland?
I think NATO. I think NATO would probably dissolve, but I'm not even sure about that. It depends on how much the Europeans want America's help with Ukraine. So what would happen would probably determine on how much the Europeans view Russia as a threat. If they view Russia as a large enough threat, and I think it's just a stupid thing that the next president will just give back, then NATO might not dissolve. Otherwise, they might just everyone leaves NATO and all the Europeans just form an alliance without the U.S. That's my, and then they just tell the U.S. they kick the U.S. out of all their bases. If they want the U.S. to help them with Ukraine, then they might just do nothing. Those are the two options, I think.
Damn.
It would probably break the NATO alliance.
That's
They would likely continue NATO sans the United States. They'd be like, okay, now we would be, we would be a form of NATO, but just without the United States. And so NATO's power would effectively half in its military capability. Yeah. And then you would have the United States military have to go against NATO allies to stop them. I can't even imagine what the sanctions, the trade retaliation that would happen as a result, the complete loss of any moral authority that the United States has anymore. Like, we basically would be incapable as the United States to condemn Russia or China from potential land grabs. The authoritarian narratives would just get supercharged worldwide.
Probably. Well, I don't know if it would actually. I think there's a good chance it would be in NATO, but I'm not actually even sure about that, because I do think the Europeans broadly view, like, if the U.S. took Greenland, right? That is something they wouldn't like, but I would say that they think that Putin is just interested in just continuing to mess with them, and Russia has a very large military, so they may still want the U.S.'s help to deal with that, because the amount of money they'd have to put in their defense budgets. So,
how are you going to curb, like, the massive amount of protests and civil resistance from, like, the majority Inuit tribes in Greenland? Then, like, you just quash that, I guess. Like, tear gas in Greenland. Like, what, does tear gas even work in Greenland? It may be too damn cold.
Bribe them, right? The U.S. government would probably just give them a bunch of money.
I think if the European states are smart, they will start putting, like, obviously the European states right now can't really stop the US if they really decide to go full out. But the smart thing right now would be to just position enough troops on Greenland, let's say, even if it's a few hundred, that it would not be possible to just march in and do a Crimea, because as soon as Trump has to fire shots to get it, I think that is the line that probably will not pass the Pentagon brass. At least I hope so.
I I think this is just. I think the objective here would just be to get, because I think Norway, like, was it Denmark had like an agreement that they thought was less favorable to the U.S. in terms of where they could be building bases and stuff. He might just be like, because they're meeting. With a lot of these things with Trump, it's like a performative thing to get like a high negotiating. So he'd be like, yeah, I got a better deal. Or maybe they just gave me Greenland, right? That might happen too. No military operation in Greenland. He just gets given it.
By the way, if you guys want to, if anybody who's listening in the audience, you want to call in, feel free to do so. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Maybe I've got this completely wrong. I mean, in my opinion, I feel that taking Greenland it's strategically speaking, we would accomplish very little from a strategic standpoint. And honestly, from a diplomatic standpoint, it would cost literally everything. Number one, a desire to take Greenland, an autonomous region that is that is a territory under Denmark, that would be illegal under international law. There would likely be a giant NATO crisis, or even a collapse of NATO in and of itself. You would likely also receive global sanctions and United States isolation. We would no longer be able to trade with a majority of the Western countries. We would then have a domestic constitutional crisis in the sense that they would have to be overcoming Congress. They would have to be, the military leadership would have to be perfectly okay with illegal orders. And then this would also result in a long-term occupational problem. No matter how I frame this, it doesn't work. It just makes the world a worse place for pretty much everybody.
Which is why it makes up more sense as a negotiating tactic to try to get a better deal from them, more than a real thing to do. More sense, at least.
Negotiating tactic of what? What are you trying to get?
Say, hey, for example, they could to try to get access to Greenland's resources, to try to get like exclusive mining rights, exclusive basing rights, more of that stuff.
Who is going to build up mining operations in Greenland?
I think there are some environmental regulations that prevent some of that in Greenland.
Well, for starters, Greenland is a frozen wasteland.
Yeah,
it's extremely dangerous. It's not like you could just like go there and start mining operations. It's extremely dangerous to be there.
Yeah, but it's the stuff there is very valuable, so they might, it still would be like it might be worth it, because with the ice melting you can mine.
Listen, like if I found, for example, a diamond mine on Mars and it was like the best diamonds of all time, it's still Mars.
Yeah.
Like it's very difficult to get there, get mining materials there, like tools to mine, to get personnel there, to get all of the logistics necessary to, it may not even be worth it from an economic standpoint. It's kind of like right now with Venezuela, where oil companies are like, I don't know if I want to invest, a decades long infrastructure into something that in the next 4 years we could end up losing because Donald Trump is no longer president.
I mean, if there's dubious legality, or the U.S. Congress doesn't approve the annexation or something, then I guess that there'd be some questions.
Do you think Congress approves of this?
Probably
of going
not.
After a NATO ally? I hope not.
Probably not.
If they do agree with it, then we're in a lot more trouble than you think.
I think probably not. But like as I said, like hypothetically, if you could get the legal stuff dealt with, Greenland would be a valuable place, which is why the U.S. has offered to buy it like 4, 5, 6, 7 times. They keep wanting to buy it because it is very valuable. It has tons of resources under the ice.
But how are you going to extract those? It would be a nightmare, logistically speaking.
Some of it's being absorbed. Some of it's being like uncovered from the ice. And if it's valuable enough and it's worth enough money, then even the logistical challenges might be worth it, right? I mean, the U.S. drills oil in the middle of the sea, and it costs an enormous amount of money to get oil from the,
But putting something on the sea, right, and having that's economically feasible to some level, but there are certain depths where it's just not viable. You can't do it. But we're not talking about like the ocean that is like easily accessible by boat, and you can have lots and lots of resources moved via boat. I'm like, you're talking about, 80% of it, I mean, is covered by a giant ice sheet, right? And that ice sheet is around, we're talking kilometers thick. Kilometers. And it's uninhabited, it's roadless, and it's mountainous on top of it. There's no rail network, there's no internal roads connecting any settlements. How are you going to get anything? You would have to ship or fly literally every single thing that gets there. And then on top of it, people are supposed to be there for several months on end and survive.
I mean, they do that in Alaska. Alaska,
Fairbanks, Alaska. Dude, in Alaska, they hunker down for 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, there's tons.
They don't even go. They don't even like do what they're doing in Alaska. They literally prepare for like 4 months out of the year to be prepared for the long winter because it's too damn cold.
That would probably be the same thing that would happen in Greenland, but it's
okay. So wait. No, but it's even worse in Greenland. Greenland is colder than Alaska.
I'm not sure the parts that they mine. I'm not sure if it's actually colder in the parts they're mining. In the parts of northern Alaska, where Prudhoe Bay, the place where they mine is like middle of the Arctic, right? So I don't know. It might be, but like, have you looked at northern Alaska, First Amender? That's where they have a lot of the mining. That's very cold. I'm not sure, right? The economic viability. I agree, but even if as long as it's feasible for humans to go and
how
do
many
it,
people? How many people do you think live in Greenland?
Not a lot. 50,000 people. Actually, it turns out.
Let's see. Greenland population shows 56,836 as of 2024. So about 50. So you got 57,000 people, give or take.
Yep.
And you're gonna supply what? This giant oil.
Not oil. It's like lithium and.
How are you going to do that? There's only 56,000 people.
Ships.
I'm saying you don't have enough labor. There's not enough labor.
Pay people.
You got to fly in workers. You got to house them. You got to pay Arctic premiums. You got to rotate them constantly because these people are probably going to be like inside their little abodes for like months on end because of how cold it is.
Well, yeah. I mean, we'd have to ask a company how the economics of it, but
there probably isn't. That's what I'm saying. There's very little economic benefit here. Why mine there when you can mine in a tropical or subtropical zone?
Because things like rare earth minerals are
there are rare earth minerals not in the literal wasteland of the United States of the world.
Yeah, but not under the U.S. control, so it's not like viable to mine them.
What? So we have territories that can be mined. Alaska is one of them. There's actually a lot of it that is completely untapped because of once again, it's a fucking wasteland.
I think as it melts, right? That's
like why not trade with Argentina about lithium if that's what you want? You want lithium? Dude, it's there in Argentina. You know what's not there? A fucking giant ice wasteland that will kill anything that moves.
Didn't Evanescence write a song called Lithium? I remember it being a pretty good song.
It just blows me away. I don't know why.
I bet there's people willing to mine it if people are like pushing for it to be so badly. I'm guessing that there's people telling Trump they're willing to mine it.
I think people are like they have little to no understanding of what it takes to actually mine something or to actually process something or to get it from point A to point B. They think it's like a video game where like, oh, now that you have conquered this area, you could start mining for resources. But like logistically speaking, right, this is one of the most hostile landscapes that you could pick to mine rare earth minerals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it. As I said, I don't know if it's would actually do anything. I do think the U.S. military probably has more use for Greenland than the mining is probably a little more challenging. The more immediate usages would be just like military bases that are owned by the U.S. Probably, that's probably the more immediate utility to Greenland.
I don't really think that you need to start a war over that just because, like, I'm pretty sure Denmark will allow you to build more bases.
I agree. I don't think you need to do any of that. I'm not a.
Also, what rare earth minerals are we grabbing? When have they ever said any? Like, what are you mining?
Where do you mine it?
No, I'm saying, what are you mining?
Are you asking what rare earth minerals are?
What rare earth minerals are you mining? Like, they just say rare earth minerals, but we don't ask what exactly are you mining? What is it?
There's specific type. There's certain metallic compounds found in the Earth's crust.
Where? What metallic compounds?
What are they called? What are the specific compounds called? They're normally referred to by rare earth minerals, but there's specific.
I think you are talking about like. Amanda's asking about the specific rare earth minerals that can be found in Greenland. I think he knows what rare earth minerals are in general, right?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see. They have.
Okay, so I'm getting told the rare earth minerals contain a group of 17 metallic elements, 15 lanthanides, plus scandium and yttrium, crucial for high-tech devices, but their name is misleading as that not that they are exceptionally rare, it's just that it is difficult and costly to extract from low concentration deposits, making them strategically vital for electronics, defense, and green energy technologies. So, neodymium, dysprosium provide unique magnetic, optical, and conductive properties, enabling smaller, more efficient products from smartphones and wind turbines to lasers and electric vehicle motors. So so like I'm like trying to think like what exactly does like first of all, if you're trying to get a hold of rare earth minerals that like exist in low concentration, I would imagine if you turned your environment into a death ice wasteland, it probably wouldn't get any easier to mine the rare earth minerals. It's not like that there's like this higher concentration that would be specifically there in Greenland that is just going to magically make the rare earth minerals just there and available.
I think it's about the long-term reserve. So like China has 44 million metric tons of rare earth minerals. Greenland has 1.5 million metric tons. Those are the U.S. Greenland's reserves. The U.S. has 1.9 million metric tons. So it just adds the overall reserve of U.S. rare earth materials.
Well, I know for a fact that there is uranium deposits in Greenland. Are we grabbing uranium?
I don't think he's said anything about uranium. I think.
I hope not. I hope not, because that's illegal. They don't even mine that stuff in Greenland because it's super dangerous.
Well,
it also destroys the fishing economy, which is literally like the entire economy of Greenland. It's the fishing. So what are we going to do? We're going to get oil. We're going to get oil drilling platforms. And you get one spill and then boom, you just destroyed the entire economy of Greenland.
I don't think Greenland has a lot of oil. I know it has a lot of rare earth materials.
What?
I don't think it does have oil.
I mean, there are offshore hydrocarbons, sure. So you would have to basically, but here again, this is the same problem. It's like you're talking about not just regular drilling. We're talking about Arctic offshore drilling. That's the most expensive offshore. That's the most expensive drilling you could do on Earth. You couldn't make it. You may as well have it on Mars. It's insanely expensive. Why would we do this? Why are we going out of our way to get access to this wasteland and assume that we're gonna extract all of the materials? It doesn't make any sense.
Just saying, according to Wikipedia, Greenland's economy is like 62% service.
Is it really?
Yeah, I thought they have fish. They have
tourism.
Tourism and fish. They fish and tourism.
Man, I can't. Out of all the places that I would rather be, for tourism, that has got to be the bottom of the barrel. I just got done with going to North Korea.
Well,
yeah. Who wants to go to Greenland? It's freaking cold.
Well, if you saw the Mercator projection with Greenland on it, Greenland looks really big. So if they had to paint the U.S. as part of Greenland's part of the United States, they'd have to make the U.S. font larger, so the U.S. would be bigger on the map. So, because they'd have Greenland as a part of the United States. So there's like some Mercator projection on happiness, right, with the U.S. in kind of small font. So you make the U.S. the font larger for the U.S. That's one theory I have. That's
God, that was cool. Freaking suck. Okay, all right. So, all right. So check this out, right? Hottest it gets, July, and this is the most southern point of Greenland, 52. Fahrenheit. So that's 11 in Celsius.
Cold.
But yeah, it gets well into -6, -5 territory. And this is the southernmost point, the most southern it gets. It's fucking cold. It's just cold. That's where, welcome to Greenland. It's cold. Like, why the fuck would you want to build shit here?
You know, they've been trying to get their economy needs. Economy is not the best for. You know, their economy is not the best for this. That's why they need tourism, because it's so cold and inhospitable to humans.
Yeah, I don't know. That's it, man.
Anyway, I don't think there's any possibility that this can, like, the economic benefit could outstrip the political capital lost with this.
100%.
Because
100%.
Because you also have to consider that, like, obviously we are in this situation, and that is entirely Europe's fault. Because at some point we say, yeah, let the US handle the entire military stuff in NATO. So that's cheap for us, and they generally do what is in our interest, or at least we think so. And now, yeah, surprise, they do stuff that isn't in our interest, and we are fucked. But if the US goes through with this, then the only recourse the EU would have would be, I think, to get a lot more comfy with China and Russia and all those. Simply because what are the alternatives, right? The one alternative would be to federalize the EU and get like a big European military, but that's not soon to happen.
So Keep Guns just said, logistically, it is good for countermeasures for missile launches, etc. Well, so number one, you can't have non-NATO allies putting rockets on Greenland. That would be an act of war. That's not happening, nor is that going to happen. You don't need to take over Greenland to have a countermeasure of our adversaries taking land. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. We got some other stuff here. So we have here what Americans think about Trump's intervention in Venezuela, according to a new AP NORC poll. The AP NORC poll shows that 56% of U.S. adults think that President Donald Trump has overstepped on Venezuela's intervention after Maduro's January 3rd capture. Amid an assertive posture that mentioned efforts to control Venezuelan oil, calls to seize Greenland, and warnings about aiding Iranian protesters, President Donald Trump's recent foreign policy moves spark public reaction. Republicans largely back President Donald Trump's approach, as 71% say his actions are about right and that only about 1 in 10 want him to go further, while about 9 in 10 of Democrats and roughly 6 in 10 independents say that he has gone too far. Public views split on humanitarian and strategic outcomes, with about half of U.S. adults saying that intervention helps halt illegal drugs and 44% seeing benefits for Venezuelan people. Public sentiment shows a tilt towards less involvement, with nearly half of U.S. adults wanting less active role. 64% of Republicans say the current role is about right, and only about 2 in 10 wanting more global involvement. So under the bias comparison, I can pull this up here. Left and center-leaning outlets emphasize an AP NORC poll highlighting that 56% of U.S. adults believe that Trump has gone too far or overstepped on military interventions, framing public disapproval. They neutrally refer to Maduro's capture. Conversely, right-leaning coverage de-emphasizes that precise 56% figure, instead using urgent language like last hour and directly attributing capture of Maduro by the United States, embedding the event in a broader geopolitical context, including Iran and Greenland. While all acknowledge the poll, these divergent portrayals reveal ideological priorities regarding public accountability versus assertive foreign policy of the U.S. agency. So when I'm looking at it as like assertive foreign policy with a U.S. agency, to me, the way that reads is it's just rank imperialism. What do you think?
I had a discussion with my family about this because like my first intuition was also like invading Venezuela. That's like against international law and all that stuff. On the same time, it's like obviously nobody is said about Maduro, right? He is or he was a dictator. I haven't looked up all the details, but as far as I've known, like the majority of Venezuelans are happy he's gone, whatever comes next, like not considering that. And I think this is like an ideological, obviously like this doesn't consider Trump's intent. Like obviously Trump's intent to do stuff like this is not philanthropic or any of the sort, but to just consider the justifiability of things like this. If you are in a position to, let's say, basic human rights or general human rights are important to you, and you are in a position to enforce them, is it actually wrong to do so? Because let's say nobody was really sad about Saddam being gone. The problem was the war, and like the extensive war started due to false claims. I find this very interesting from an ideological standpoint because, yeah, obviously Trump didn't do this out of philanthropic, for philanthropic reasons.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to talk about this topic, feel free to call in. I would love to hear what you have to say. I think that, a long time ago, we say, for example, went to the global south and took over regions and claimed them as our own, despite any protests that came from people that actually lived in those regions. A majority of Africa was treated in this way, and it had resulted in some of the worst humanitarian disasters of all time, of history. And the question is do we want to go back to that? And to me, it's like it couldn't be as clear as day. Absolutely not. I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to, hey, let's take over Venezuela and then let's take it of all of its resources. And I understand that Donald Trump himself says that this will help the Venezuelan people. I don't believe him. I don't believe that he's acting out of interest of the Venezuelan people. I think what he's just interested in is how do I extract resources out of Venezuela at the expense of the Venezuelan people. He just says he's in favor of the Venezuelans, and that's what I think is just going to happen. I just think it's going to make the world worse.
Fair point. I think if it actually would be a U.S. takeover, by the way, has anything regarding this happened yet? Like, has any further action taken place by the U.S.?
Well, Donald Trump has assumed control over Venezuela. And I think, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, let me just pull this up. Hold on. Let's take a look here. Hold on. Okay, because I think somebody tried to change Venezuelan's president to Donald Trump on Wikipedia. Thankfully, it looks like it's been changed back. Let's take a look here. So we are taking calls, by the way. The phone number is 202-998-5218. See here. Keep Gun says, I will concede First Amendment's current point on the intent for Venezuela. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible, right? We don't want to live in this society, right? It's not cool that we're doing that. Taylor Nixon says, watch Demender for a while, but never chat. Thank you. Thank you for participating if you have not participated. Hi, dear. You there? Sorry, you don't have to talk if you don't want to, because we are streaming.
Amender, what did you think of the Final Fantasy game? Did you finish it?
Intergrade? I'm still playing it. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. I actually just recently beat Black Myth Wukong. Dude, that final boss sucked.
Yeah.
It's a really hard boss.
I don't know if you want to
my fingers.
Can everyone on the stream?
They were
Can everyone
red.
on the stream hear me, Amender?
Yes, everybody on the stream can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank God. Because dude, this might be a long debate that we're about to have.
Okay.
But dude, I literally hate Souls-likes. I don't know what it is, but every one that I've played outside of obviously the Souls-likes, I don't enjoy. It's just they're not really that fun to me.
So Black Myth Wukong for sure is not as polished as say an Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is probably one of the best as far as Souls-likes are concerned. Though okay, here I'll tell you my complaints about Black Myth Wukong. So number one, there's a lot of moves in the game that they basically require charges, or requires you to charge, and then it exhausts that resource. That in and of itself is not a bad thing, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just explaining the mechanics behind it. And the problem is that you will have something that you've been charging or that you want to use, and then you go to use it. But for whatever reason, for one reason or another, either the boss is in some sort of an animation that cannot be canceled out, or the boss will hit you in a way where you can hear the sounds, you can see the animation, but it doesn't go through, and it exhausts your resources, and it doesn't deal the damage that you're kind of owed, considering it took the resources from you, and now you got to spend your time recharging those resources. When it's you're looking at the animation, you're like, what just happened?
Yeah, I think that's I don't know. I think that's kind of my problem with most Souls. I think FromSoft has such a polish on things like that games like that are just such not a step
FromSoft
back.
doesn't have this problem. FromSoft just simply, it's not a thing, right? They don't have all these charges, and they just don't.
Yeah, it's just more in depth, which I can do. But I truly think I really So this might be a hot take, but I really don't like Dark Souls 1. I don't think it's that good.
Really? I love Dark Souls. I
don't know if it's just
you're talking about Prepared to Die, right?
Huh?
You're talking about Prepared to Die.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't like Dark Souls 1? It's awesome.
But after going back and playing Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring and all these
Dark
other
Souls 3 is
FromSoft,
just Dark Souls 3 is much better.
It's just really hard to go back.
I mean, it's fun. It's got a lull in a second half where it's not as after you get done with Orenstein and Smo, it really does fall off quite a bit. But
yeah,
with that being said, it's still a great time. It really is. It's a good game.
Do you like hack and slash, Amender?
It's okay, I guess. It's not something I actively look for.
Because I just finished playing Devil May Cry 5, dude. It was really good.
Oh yeah.
I don't play a lot of games. I play a lot of older games most of the time. But that game, dude. If you like any action game or anything like that, dude, it was really good. The combos and stuff
you
can pull off are kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I whenever somebody suggests to me that I should play a game, I end up never playing it. I don't know. There's nothing against you or anything. I don't know.
You got to find it on your own, dude. I'm the same way. People are telling me,
People are like,
Oh,
you
play
gotta
art
try
graders.
fucking this, and I'm like, I don't. If I don't feel it, I'm not gonna play it.
I know you said you want it. You said you like turn based, right?
Yes.
You would really like Persona. Like, if you like Final Fantasy VII and you
Yeah,
like the
and
complex.
I keep getting told this, but I don't know. I don't see again. I gotta feel it. I gotta feel it. There's
If
only
you like
one way I'm
anime
gonna play a
and
game.
dude,
I gotta feel it.
yeah. I mean, you can wait until Persona 4 Golden, the remake, comes out, because like they'll re-release them. Like Persona 5 came out, and then Persona 5 Royal came out with like more content. So like Persona 4 was like a re-release of. Okay, this is the best way I can explain it. Persona 4 Golden is a re-release of Persona 4 with more content, but now they're coming out with like an entirely new remake of Persona 4 Golden with like a new engine and stuff like that. So like you can just wait for that to come out. That's what I would do, and then buy all the games at one time if you like them. I actually have a debate topic, Amender, about video games. I know we talk about games all the time, though.
Sure.
I think you're a Pokemon fan, right?
Yeah, it's all right.
I think
guess.
the
I mean, I'm not
Pokemon
like
games.
super sold on it.
Okay. I think objectively, well, this is just more subjective than anything else. I think those games have taken like such a step back from like what they used to be. And it's not because of like hardware limitations. I think it's because like Nintendo doesn't really care about quality control when it comes to those games, because of like the fact that like no matter how bad they are, they'll just sell immediately.
Well, my
think that's, like,
concern
hurting the
is that I think they play it too safe.
Yeah,
I think like
no, I
they
agree.
found a formula, and they will not, under any circumstance, divulge from that formula. And to be fair, though, right? It is the most profitable franchise of all time. It does not beat. Nobody beats Pokemon. Pokemon sells more toys, more cards, more product, more games than any other series by a long shot. It's not even close. So I don't know. I mean, they found a formula, and they're just going to stick with it as long as that money keeps flowing. In my opinion, I don't like how, I guess, formulaic it is. It is guaranteed every single time. Like, hey, here's your, you pick out of 3 Pokemon. Here's your 200 to 300 Pokemon that are available in the game. You are always battling, turn-based, and it's always the same thing. The stat effects always suck. The system itself is never different. Like, could you imagine if Pokemon became a Souls-like?
Yeah.
What would happen?
So I'm gonna play through, because I do it like every so often, where I'll play through like every single Pokemon game. And like I got to like I think it was Gen 6, I think it was, where I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. Like I was having fun. Like, yeah, there's certain parts of like Fire Red where like I think this might be like a really steaming hot take here. I don't think Fire Red and Leaf Green are that good, but I don't think it's because they're not good games. I think it's because of the fact that like you were so limited with the Game Boy, and they made them to like a 1-to-1 recreation of like what was it, Blue and Green, right?
Yeah, and again, they found a formula. They're just going to stick with that formula
works
forever. They're not going to divulge from it. And I don't know. I personally think it would be like that it would be cool, but to see something different coming out of Pokemon. But I highly doubt that we're going to get anything substantive.
Pokemon get darker. I think Digimon has done what Pokemon should have been doing. Is that one of the reasons I like Digimon and Pokemon, but I think Digimon just has like a superior story, and the designs are so much more like metal.
And by the way,
like
at this point, we're just kind of talking, just screwing around. If anybody in the audience wants to call in and have a discussion about any political topic, the phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you have to say. We can have a conversation. Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Actually, I have a serious political conversation, Amender. Well, I have a couple. what do you think would be a overwhelming victory for the Democrats in the midterms? Like, what do you think would have to happen for you to say, well, they did a really good job? Like, what's the benchmark for you?
I think they need to move more towards like a progressive lens of things.
Like how progressive? Like, are we talking AOC, Zoran Mondani, or are we talking like?
Yeah, I think so. I think we need to start emphasizing towards the working class. I think that might actually resonate.
Okay, so I think it would take the right candidate for that to happen. I think you kind of need to like go back to like what and I hate to say this because like I think like progressive policy, if it's messaged correctly, is really good. I just struggle with like finding the right person for that, if that makes sense, like the right messenger for that, because like I will always say this is like the Democrat messaging is awful. Like it's truly bad, and like that's why like I think you saw such a landslide in what was it, 2024, right? No, am I wrong? Am I right?
Well, I think Kamala Harris had 107 days to run, and it's just not enough time. People didn't know anything about her.
I think whatever was going to happen, I think no matter if it was going to be Joe Biden as a nominee or Kamala Harris, I think even if they got someone else in there,
Joe Biden was very old. He was very old.
Well, I think it was still going to be a landslide either way. Now they might have picked up like saved one state or something like that, but like Donald Trump won in like overwhelming fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like whatever the Democrats were selling, people weren't accepting anymore. And I think like we've gotten so far away from like, remember when like in 2008 when Obama
it sounds like I got a critic here in my YouTube chat here is saying it. Let's take a look here. What did they say prior? I thought this was kind of interesting. This is, where did it go? Did it go away? What the heck? Where was it? I'm looking for, let me see here. Hold on. Give me a sec. RXGEQXIT says streamers are losers not because they fail, but because they try so hard to turn being online into a personality. They are digital street performers dancing for bits, subs, and the faint hope that for the faint hope, I guess that's all they got. Looks like they just kind of stopped. Hey, listen, if you want to have a conversation, I'll hear you out. Just call in the show. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I'll hear out your thoughts. If you have something to say. I know it seems that they were talking about the Minneapolis situation with ICE. They seem to be in favor of the ICE shooter.
You think that guy's gonna go to jail, Mender?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like you think it's pretty bad?
Yeah, it's bad. It's
way too bad. Like it's gonna get bad. Like I think it's gonna get blocked, and like I think that's why like the only reason that he won't unless the state like pursues charges.
So my concern is that the state could pursue charges, but I could also see that it is possible that he could land himself into federal court, in which case Trump would just pardon him. But I'm curious if the state, does the state charge? I don't think that Trump can pardon a state charge. This would be a charge on behalf of the state, and so it would be a state ruling.
Well, like JD Vance said, they have absolute immunity. They're going to protect these people for as long as they can, and like kind of let them like run amok and do whatever they want. Now, like that's not really fair or right. But like, I hate to say this, Amender, and like, this is just from what I know. All the ICE agent has to say is, "I feared for my life," and I had like, obviously can't use the word kill that woman, but like.
But here's the thing, right? You could say that you feared for the life, but the evidence is not going to be in his favor here, right? He stepped in front of the vehicle out of choice.
No, I agree.
He also had his cell phone out stopping in the middle of the vehicle to record. And then as they're like going forward, he decides, hey, now's a good time to switch my phone from my right hand to my left hand, so that way I can pull out my gun. And then all of a sudden, rather than him getting out of the way, he shoots her and then shoots her 2 more times after she was well out of the way. And just FYI, right? Just because you shoot somebody that's in a car doesn't mean the car immediately stops.
I think we really need to do something about the gun problem. I think we here in America are far too like boastful and arrogant because all we really need is to pull out a little gun and point and bang. It doesn't take any skill, any effort, nothing.
No, I think
but I also think
couldn't agree with you more.
Someone at point blank range 3 times. Like, I get you're in like a stressful situation, but also too, like, it's never in any training to like put yourself in front of a vehicle because of that exact reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because that could happen. And like, you can clearly see in the video, she reverses and then turns her wheel the other way. Now, like, that was probably a really bad decision to do that, like to drive away, obviously.
So I've got a lone easy target saying the ICE person is not going to jail, not a snowball's chance in hell. I think he will. I think he will go to jail based on the evidence. I think he got a really, really big problem. Keep Guns is saying gun control is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. I mean, considering that a majority of EU nations have already enacted forms of gun control that reduces overall gun ownership, it has reduced overall violence as well as self-harm. I don't see why we wouldn't want to implement, red flag laws. That doesn't, by the way, prevent you from being able to own a gun. It just means that people who are dangerous don't get to own a gun.
Something I think is I just don't see why we can't use better options. Like we have like pellets, we have pepper spray, we have tasers. Okay. There's so many other options you can do to like take someone down other than taking their life. I think people are just too eager and too much into the desire to like end a life because it's like a power trip. It's all about feeling powerful without actually having any real power.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. The people that you're hearing right now is just in my Discord. We're just hanging out. Alone Easy Target says, again, I do not live there, so I am unbiased. I've watched every angle. First of all, you could totally be biased and not live there. Ooh, phone call. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
So you said the gun control debate, right?
Can I what was your name?
Like what's your take on that whole situation?
What was your name?
Do you think we should this is just Deer.
Oh, hey Deer. All right, Deer.
What do you call it? So I think we might actually disagree on this, Amender. So I had to call in. So what do you think should be done for like gun control? Do you think
I think we need to reduce the amount of guns in the United States.
But how do you how do we
like overall, just less guns?
Just less guns?
Yeah, I mean, whether that be through voluntary gun buybacks to red flag laws that confiscate guns on people who have schizophrenic conditions, to having limits of how many guns that one is allowed to own, whether or not that a person has additional regulations if they have children in the house and has a gun. I think these are all things that we could do to lower the amount of guns in the United States and reduce overall death.
Do you think we should look at other, like, I'm just kind of trying to form a basis of like your opinion on this. Do you think that we should like follow a country like Europe or Australia where like you said gun buybacks, correct?
Sure.
But I think my problem with that is like, how do we keep our First Amendment while like allowing like not guns?
You mean the Second Amendment?
I don't really believe in. What did you say?
You mean the Second Amendment?
Yes. How do we keep the Second Amendment, and then also like?
Yeah, I mean, you could
make
still
sure that like other people don't get hurt in the way.
Yeah, you could still own a firearm. Like for example, in the UK, you are allowed to own a firearm. There's just additional checks. It's treated more like a vehicle than it is something that is just intrinsically you get to own one.
What do you think about like?
What if they just make it more difficult to purchase a gun?
Sorry,
Because I think they make it too easy.
They cannot hear you.
Sorry.
So if you're talking, and by the way, we are streaming, so people can hear you. Click my live though if you want. If you don't have it clicked, so you can hear Deer. Go ahead. Sorry, Deer.
What do you think about like I said, I'm trying to form a base of like your opinion on the whole thing. What do you think would be a good country or like a standard to follow for like gun? I don't like calling it gun control. I just call it gun regulation. Like, because it should be like the standard. I feel like to like, if you own a weapon or something, you should have to take like a minimal like class or something, how you handle the weapon, how you load the weapon, like just minimal safety. Do you think things like that should happen?
Well, I mean, ideally, I would probably have it closer to the Netherlands. But that's likely not going to happen anytime soon in the United States. At bare minimum, I think that we should have red flag laws. Federal red flag laws.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit just because I think like red flag laws in theory, I think are good, but I think it also stops people from like exercising their Second Amendment because of the fact that like if anything happens or you're a danger, like the state thinks you're a danger, then you completely lose that amendment. And I think like that shouldn't be allowed. Like,
well, so if you read the Second Amendment, it will specifically say that a well-regulated militia, referring to the ownership of a firearm. I think that if a person has schizophrenia, they probably should not own a gun. If a person is suicidal, they should probably not own a gun. If a person has a form of psychopathy, if there's anything that's preventing them from thinking rationally, they probably shouldn't be owning a gun.
Okay. I don't know. I think there's a fine line there because the state could just deem you not mentally fit enough. And I don't know if that's like, I don't know if I agree with that. The state should determine that.
All right. Here, let me see if I can pull up an article here.
What do you think about people who have like, say for example.
So there's extreme risk laws save lives. Give me 1 second. When a person is in crisis and considering harming themselves or others, they often exhibit clear warning signs. Family members and law enforcement are usually the first people to see the signs, but in too many cases, they have a few tools to take preventative action despite picking up on the signs. Extreme risk laws empower loved ones or law enforcement to intervene and temporarily prevent someone in crisis from accessing firearms. These laws, sometimes referred to as red flag laws, help de-escalate emergency situations. They are a proven way to intervene before an incident of gun violence, such as a firearm suicide or a mass shooting, occurs and takes more lives. States around the country are increasingly turning to extreme risk laws as a common sense way to help reduce gun violence. Many shooters exhibit warning signs that they pose a serious threat before a shooting. We hear about the many warning signs indicating that shooters pose a serious threat before a shooting with numbing regularity. Extreme risk laws give the community members a way to intervene before these warning signs escalate into tragedies without going through the criminal court system. These laws permit immediate family members and law enforcement to petition a civil court for an order, often called an extreme risk protection order, to temporarily remove guns from dangerous situations. If the court finds that someone poses a serious risk of injuring themselves or others with a firearm, that person is temporarily prohibited from purchasing and possessing guns. The gun that they already own will also be held by law enforcement or other authorized party while the order is in effect. Otherwise, under current federal law, a person is only prohibited from having guns if they fall into one of several categories, including those of convicted of certain crimes, adjudicated as mentally ill or involuntarily committed to a psychiatric hospital, or who are subject to final domestic violence restraining orders. A person who displays warning signs of suicide or other acts of violence, but who is not permitted under current law, would still be legally able to buy and possess guns. Extreme risk laws help fill this gap, protecting public safety and allowing people in crisis a chance to seek help they need. So I just want to also point out that roughly 6 in 10 of gun violence is caused by situations like this. And in my opinion, I'm like, okay, well, let's pass some reasonable gun legislation that says, okay, well, if you're an extreme risk to yourself or other people, that the law or a guardian or whoever they are have a right to restrict your gun access.
Mm-hmm. No, I think, but I think you also have to walk a fine line between like I said, like gun regulation and keeping letting you own a weapon, obviously. But what do you think about a 3-day waiting period or something like that? Because
waiting periods help. Good example. Yeah, waiting periods help.
I also think too, though, is you can probably look this up because I'm not in front of my computer right now. But Florida I think it's a good example of gun regulation done kind of right and then kind of wrong right now, because in the state of Florida, after everything happened, they started doing red flag laws. So I bet you could look up there's a correlation between obviously red flag laws and obviously gun violence, where it probably dropped, like you said, but you would have to obviously look that up. But what do you think about a state having a constitutional carry where you don't even have to have a license or anything? You think that's outrageous or what?
I mean, ideally, yes, but I think the problem that we're having is that people are so, I guess, attached to their guns that having a state license or something like that is likely not viable currently. It would likely result into people shooting one another or thinking that the government is out to get them, and it would just increase violence. I would probably say, hey, let's just start with red flag laws and see where we go with that.
Okay. I don't know. I think, I reiterate.
Kid Gun says, guess we should have anti-car laws too. We do have anti-car laws. They're called traffic laws and licenses and required insurance and safety standards for cars. That's we have so many rules around cars.
Yeah. But I know your chat wanted to talk about the ICE agent thing. Do you want to get into that?
If you want.
Because I feel like I would love to debate you on that.
If you want.
Okay. So I'm gonna set up. You want to go first, or you want me to?
No, I'll let you do it. I've laid my piece.
So we'll go piece by piece. So I think, okay, ultimately, this is what I think is gonna happen, and this is just what I've seen so far. I don't think there's any way in hell that that this guy is going to get convicted of anything. And I think the way you truly think that that's going to happen, one, under this administration, I think if he was to be charged, he would have already been charged. And I think that since that video came out and the lady was saying, or her wife, whatever you want to call it, said, "Drive, baby, drive," that's not a very good sign. That's like an accessory to almost murder if he killed him.
They turned to the right.
No, you don't think so?
They turned to the right. They deliberately made conceited efforts to avoid hitting that driver or to avoid hitting the ICE officer. And the ICE officer put himself into danger and made conceited action to not get out of the way.
Well,
you don't body block a car. And then secondly, you don't pull out your cell phone, begin recording, stand in front of the vehicle. And now that it is no longer in neutral or park, you're holding your cell phone, and then you're like, oh, wait, I need to get my gun out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch my right hand that's holding the phone to my left hand holding the phone, and then I'm going to pull my gun out, as opposed to getting out of the way. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
You saw that, right? Where he specifically, he had to switch hands to record.
No, I know that.
In front of the vehicle.
But Amender, we have to be realistic, okay? I think we're on kind of two different planes here, because literally all the guy has to say, whether it's right or wrong, and he put himself in that situation. I'm not denying that that the courts could look at that and go, oh, well, you put yourself in that situation, but so did she at the same time. She put herself in that situation by driving
Listen,
away.
I agree with you that she broke the law. And I agree with you that she acted aggressively towards the ICE agents and officers. I would even agree with you that she didn't abide by lawful detainment orders. She also unlawfully did not step out of the vehicle when being told by a lawful officer to step out of the vehicle. I agree with all of those things. At no point does the indication of running or not following these orders mean a justification to kill them.
For murder. No, I agree.
I mean, without even me, baking into the language that it is unjustified. It is unjustified, so it is murder. But you can't just kill somebody because they're not following lawful orders. You only kill somebody if they present an imminent and urgent danger to your very life. And just FYI, right? There is no police manual that says, hey, if there's a guy that's going to run you over, what you got to do is shoot the driver. Because last time I checked, converting a person that's going towards you from a conscious effort to shooting them, to turning them into effectively a brick, they're going to press on the accelerator pedal. There is no police guidance to say, hey, step in front of a vehicle, shoot the driver, and then all of a sudden the car stops. That makes no sense. So he put himself into danger.
But I also think too, we can agree that like they both put themselves in that situation and they both made really bad decisions that day. But I also think too is like, I don't think there's, like I said, I don't think legally or in a court they're going to find him. I don't think there's any way they're going to find the guy guilty. I think literally all the guy has to say, I don't think, Amender, I don't think so. I think you're wrong.
Did you watch the footage? I've watched it probably about a dozen times.
I watched the footage from his phone where he got clipped. Literally all that has to happen is him getting clipped. And he goes, I feared for my life. I thought he was going to kill me.
I would actually venture to say that is actually not him. It may be actually likely that he is not getting clipped. If anything, he's likely shooting, and that's what's causing that sudden jostling.
I think
and then there's also the fact that, I mean, you could look at it from multiple angles, and you can observe he's well out of the way for that second and third shot. That first shot may be somewhat justifiable. Someone might be able to argue it, but they're already driving away and you're shooting two more times. They clearly have a vindictive mindset to get this person killed.
Also,
the goal was to kill them.
I think another thing that doesn't really help him is what he said after. Like, that's not a really good thing to say. If you heard in his cell phone footage.
What?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
What? No, I don't.
In the footage, as soon as she like wrecks the car into the other car, he goes, "Oh, this fucking bitch," or something like that.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't really help his case.
No. All right, so let me take a look. Let's take a look here. This is a I don't know what this is. Fate in the balance. Update on the charges against Minneapolis ICE agent who shot Renee Good. Dead as state sues Trump administration over the crackdown. Let me see. Is there any legal, according to people briefed, increasingly unlikely that they will be charged over the shooting? How?
Yeah. There's no way.
Well, okay. So federal officials aren't going to investigate this at all. Zero effort will be done by federal officials to investigate this shooting. Well, because there's a political ideology behind it.
No, I know.
But regardless of whether or not that they're going to investigate this, is independent to whether or not that the state is going to seek charges, which they certainly will.
He's just going to get pardoned, though.
It's a state. It would be a state criminal proceeding. It would have nothing to do with the federal, and so he could not be pardoned by the Trump administration.
Okay.
Like, no matter what, here, this is a good quote here. No matter where you stand on the issue of ICE or whether or not you think that she did or did not deserve what happened, please remember she was a human being. I agree.
No, I agree. I mean,
I think, like I said, I think at the end of the day, I think they both made many mistakes. Like him putting himself in front of the car was definitely not a good idea. But her also being even in that situation to begin with was not a good idea. And I think they can both be wrong. Like I think both can be true at the same time.
Let me see if I can read this section here that says, by senior news reporter Israel Salas Rodriguez, could the ICE agent face charges over the Minneapolis shooting? The shocking fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen by Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer had sparked political firestorm as to whether the federal agent should face criminal charges. Tensions remain high in Minneapolis after the death of Renee Nicole. I thought this was somebody's suggestion. Hold on. I'm sorry. Classic terrorism. Agent's family speaks. Ross's dad has now spoken out publicly praising his beloved son and his daughter-in-law, whose family is reported from the Philippines. You would never find a nicer, kinder person, Ed Ross, the agent's 80-year-old dad. Really? He's a committed, conservative Christian. Jesus, dude.
Yeah, he's based, man.
So, yeah, great. Yeah, who just shot a mom. Someone's
So
mom.
I have actually, hold on. I don't want to switch the conversation too far, Mender, but I do want your opinion on, like, what do you think about, like, ICE being in these states and stuff? Like,
Completely unjustifiable. They never asked. No state representative ever asked for it. State representatives specifically have to ask for that. The governor has to ask in order to have federal officers show up in that state. You can't just do that without, but again, I mean, this is only because the checks and balances for Donald Trump have been eroded away. And so now Donald Trump can just get away with this with no impediment.
What do you mean?
There's no, there will not be any impediment for Donald Trump bringing in ICE officers, federal officers into specific states against the will of the governor.
You know that they're here now too, right? I'm not going to dox you, but like in our
Florida?
state, you know that, right?
They're in Florida now?
Mhm. They're in Central Florida. Like, there's two. It's a rumor, but I saw it. Like, obviously, like I'm on social media. They booked like over 200 hotels here, and they're on like in Central Florida. I'm not going to say where because I'm not going to dox myself. But like, yeah, there's over. I can send you the link. Do you want the link?
Let me see if I can find something in r/Florida. I'm looking.
They booked over like 200 hotels in like 192.
Really?
Here. Yeah.
Let me
here.
see. ICE agents. ICE agents in Florida. 4 days ago.
Here.
I'll pull it up. I got it here. I got a video clip.
Here, let me link this to you.
Here we go. I have
Hold
it
on,
right
I'm
here.
going to put it in your side chat.
I'm just be quiet for a second. We're going to play it.
County jail staff telling us half the immigrant detainees in jail right now without criminal charges were turned over to ICE, but then sent back.
It is a practice known as repeat booking, and jail leaders say it's contributing to the rising number of immigrants that are just really living at the jail. Nick Pampantone is live at the jail facility for us today. And Nick, jail leaders say this is happening because the immigration system is so backed up.
Yeah, we're talking about triple the amount of immigrants right now that are being housed here every single day. More than 500 of them did this sort of ping-ponging last month. And people in the system, not just the jail people, say the system's out of space. Over the past 3 months...
Wait, they're already out of space? They barely got started. That's wild.
The Orange County Jail has gone from housing 30 immigrants who don't have any criminal charges each day to more than 90, according to a memo from jail leaders. The county claims each one of those immigrants cost county taxpayers close to $100 per day to hold. The memo saying President Trump's push to catch and deport undocumented immigrants is continuing to gain momentum. But it also blames a rise in repeat bookings. When an inmate is taken out of the jail, given to ICE, and then booked right back in that same day.
They still don't have enough space to put these people.
Bro, imagine taking somebody out and then immediately getting deported by ICE again, and then there you are going back to the same jail. Bro, what are we even doing? We're so cooked as a country, bro.
Not only do they not have enough space, they also don't have enough immigration officers that are trained to process, the paperwork.
Frank Symphorian says this
Amanda,
isn't
we're
a
gonna do
new
so much winning.
We're so dumb. As a country, we're dumb.
practice with ICE, but it almost never happened.
Huh?
I put something in your side chat.
Oh, you did? What you got here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not opening up Facebook.
No, just trust me.
Yeah, but I can't play it. I can't pull it up because it's my personal Facebook account.
Oh, God.
Let's see. I'll read it though. We are seeing large volumes of posts circulating on social media claiming there's a massive ICE presence in Kissimmee in Central Florida, including claims that hundreds of hotel rooms have been booked and that people are being profiled. At this time, these claims appear to be based on social media posts and secondhand accounts. We have not seen any official confirmation of ICE, local law enforcement, or government agencies verifying these specific allegations. I've always thought that like ICE, they're showing up in like Democrat-run towns and states. So why would they be in Florida?
Because it has a large Hispanic population.
Well, that's probably a good point, I guess. Sure. All right. Well,
like,
maybe
maybe
there is. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe there is, but I'd like to actually see that. Right.
No, there is. Especially in Central Florida.
Let me see. ICE. I'm looking. So this is on r/Florida saying U.S.-born man held for ICE under Florida's new anti-immigration law. Leon Judge says that she was obligated to ignore his documented proof. What?
Dude, I don't understand that. I meant like they don't even act like. Here's the thing: if ICE operated like normal, not normally, because there's nothing normal.
Let's read the article.
But was like.
This is on the Florida Phoenix.
Okay.
U.S.-born man held at ICE for Florida's new anti-immigration law. Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, a 20-year-old U.S. citizen, was being held in Leon County Jail Thursday, charged with illegally entering Florida as an unauthorized alien, even as his supporter waived his U.S. birth certificate in court. A Florida Highway Patrol trooper arrested Lopez Gomez after a traffic stop in which he was a passenger. The 20-year-old is set to remain in jail for the next 48 hours, waiting for federal immigration officials to pick him up, despite his first-degree misdemeanor charge being dropped. His mother, Sebastiana Gomez Perez, burst into tears at the sight of her son, who appeared virtually for his first hearing at the Leon County Courthouse. She left the courtroom distraught because she could do nothing to help her son, who was born and lives in Grady County, Georgia. I want to tell them, where are you going to take him? He is from here. His mother told Phoenix in Spanish moments after exiting the courtroom. I feel immense helplessness because I could not do anything, and I am desperate to get my son out of here. She continued through the tears. It hurts so much. I'm sorry. I can't. A lieutenant working in the Leon County Jail didn't allow the mother to see Lopez Gomez on Thursday and told her officials were working on U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement on how to proceed. A Phoenix reporter accompanied Gomez Perez to the jail. Leon County Judge LaShawn Riggins held Lopez Gomez's birth certificate up to the light after community advocate Sylvia Alba silently waved the document in the courtroom. In looking at it and feeling it, and holding it up to the light, and the court can clearly see the watermark to show that it is indeed an authentic document. Based on her inspection of the birth certificate and social security card, Riggins said she found no probable cause for the charge. However, the state prosecutor insisted that the court lacked jurisdiction over Lopez Gomez's release because U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement had formally asked the jail to hold him. This court does not have any jurisdiction under what others have already done, Riggins said. Riggins said that they are very sorry Lopez Gomez's mother left. I can't do anything for their brother. The 20-year-old's language is Tzotzil, a Mayan language, and he took a long pause when he was asked if he wanted to hire a private attorney or obtain a public defender. He lived in Mexico for the time, and that was 1 year old until about 4 years ago when he returned to Georgia. His mother told the Phoenix. The Homeland Security Investigations Office in Tampa issued a 48-hour ICE detainer on Thursday. An ICE officer whose name and phone number appear to be the detainer refused to speak with the Phoenix. He hasn't committed a crime for them to hold him. That's what I don't understand. I'm feeling bad because my daughters are asking me how their brother is. It hurts because I can't do anything for their brother. An issue is recently passed the law that the federal judge has temporarily barred the state from enforcing, further calling into question the validity of his arrest, the charge, the detention. Governor Ron DeSantis signed SB 4C into law on February 13th, and U.S. District Court Judge Kathleen Williams blocked its enforcement on April 4th. The law makes it a misdemeanor for undocumented immigrants over the age of 18 to knowingly enter Florida after entering the United States by eluding or avoiding examination or inspection by immigration officers. 2 other men were in the car with Lopez Gomez, the driver, and another passenger, who had their first appearances on the same charges on Thursday. The driver was also charged with driving without a license. The state trooper pulled over the car Lopez Gomez was in because the driver was going 78 miles an hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. Oh, the humanity. According to the arrest report, Lopez Gomez gave his Georgia state ID to the trooper, who wrote his report in that Lopez Gomez said that he was in the country illegally. Wednesday marked the second time Lopez Gomez has been arrested. The Grady County Sheriff's Office took him into custody on Sunday and charged him with driving under the influence, his mother said. ICE also requested the Georgia jail that Lopez Gomez, but he won release after his family officials showed his birth certificate and social security card, Gomez Perez said. Thomas Kennedy, a political analyst of the Florida Immigration Coalition, met Gomez Perez at the courthouse. He said Lopez Gomez's case is exactly what this organization has been warning lawmakers would happen. It was just really sad seeing his mother distraught over his son, and that the fact that she acknowledged that this is very likely a case of racial profiling against a U.S. citizen who can't speak English, he said in a phone interview with the Phoenix. Why are they in jail?
I don't really know.
It's like, hey, here's their birth certificate. They're from here.
Funny, you're actually going to jail immediately.
How does this work?
Yeah,
they're just like, no, ICE has you held, and so no, we're not even going to process you. You're just going to be there in jail indefinitely until we tell you now's a good time. That's wild, dude.
No, they should have went to Alligator Alcatraz. You know, I'm getting you riled up, Amender. Let me stop.
I'm not riled up at all. I just hope
you don't.
I hope things get better.
You don't love Alligator Alcatraz?
No, it's a concentration camp. No, it's a concentration camp. No, I don't like concentration camps.
I'll let someone else have the floor.
I appreciate it, dear. Thank you for calling.
All right, bye.
Bye. That was an interesting conversation.
I'm back. I'm finally at home.
Hello, welcome back. Oh boy, how you doing,
I
Magnus?
was my train, and I had to wait an hour in Frankfurt before the next train could come to my town.
By the way, we are still taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. If you have something that you want to talk about with a woke liberal, I'm right here to hear you out. We'll have a conversation. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. Good times.
I wanted to, I don't know. This whole Minnesota thing struck me.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know how people from the right can argue
MB114 says, no, it is not a concentration camp, and this is the type of hyperbolic radical language as causing people to lose their mind. Okay, if it's not a concentration camp, what is it? I would, again, like, you can call in. You can just call the number 202-998-5218. Show me that you're a person. I mean, we'll have a discussion. I think it's a concentration camp. I think, like, you create a camp specifically to house undocumented immigrants in the United States and you put them in jail indefinitely with, who knows how long they're supposed to be there. And I just, to me, it reads concentration camp. That's my problem.
Yes or no? I have to agree and disagree.
Yep.
The problem is that today concentration camp is always connected to the term of Nazi Germany concentration camp, where there were also death camps.
I don't think it
But
requires.
in that case, it's not a death camp.
Yeah, well, I didn't say death camp, right? I said a concentration camp, where you are detained or confined under harsh conditions.
I know, I get it.
Without the rule of law or judicial review. That's what a concentration camp is.
It's more of the classical sense of a concentration camp, and not the Nazi version.
Yeah.
Still a concentration camp.
So here's a definition of concentration camp. It is not to be confused with an extermination camp. A concentration camp is a prison or a facility used for the internment of political prisoners or politically targeted demographics, such as the members of a national or ethnic minority groups on the grounds of national security or for exploitation or punishment. Prominent examples of historic concentration camps include British confinement of non-combatants during the Second Boer War, the mass internment of Japanese Americans by the United States during the Second World War, the Nazi concentration camps, which later morphed into extermination camps, and then Soviet labor camps or the Gulag system. MB114 is telling me, no, that is not the definition of a concentration camp. Again, an extermination camp is not to be confused with a concentration camp. And I did read off the definition. And, I'm more than happy to have the conversation with you. All you got to do is just call in and we'll have the discussion. We can have a reasonable, meaningful discussion. I will hear you out your position. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think I can understand him, Amanda, from the position like that. There's today is mostly put together like that. Concentration camps are also extermination camps.
It could turn into an extermination camp, sure.
Yeah, but it's.
I don't have any evidence that it's an extermination camp, but it is a concentration camp.
Nazi Germany is somewhat responsible for like that. These terms are somewhat mixed up.
To me, it couldn't be any clearer. It's a concentration camp as far as I'm concerned. But I'm willing to hear out arguments to why it's not. All he said was it's not the definition of a concentration camp. And then I pulled up the definition of a concentration camp and how it is even explicit in saying it's not to be confused with an extermination camp.
Oh, yeah. No, what I wanted to say about the Minnesota thing, since you were talking earlier about it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with your position that the best outcome would have been like that they would notice the number of the plate and then like sending a court date, because the whole situation from the beginning was bad, was just bad. You are not arresting someone with a running engine. Like you tell them to turn off the engine and then make the arrest.
Right.
But you're not arresting someone out of a running car. That's dangerous. That's putting yourself into a dangerous situation.
So MB114
and police officers have training for that. They have training like to not walk around cars. You're not standing in front of a car with a running engine. That's not even. I mean, it includes police training, but that's basic human common sense.
Yeah. So MB114 says these are not political prisoners. These are people who are here. He'll legally be processed at these facilities to be deported. So the problem is because you have ICE keeping you, and by the way, no judicial review, no rule of law, and it is under harsh conditions. That's literally the definition of a concentration camp.
And what you can argue is that they are persecuted.
It doesn't
not just
require
because they are legal,
political.
they are
It doesn't require
persecuted
political prisoners. By the way, he's saying that these are political prisoners. It is. You'll notice here. It says a concentration camp is a prison or other facility used for the internment of political prisoners or politically targeted demographics. Okay. For the internment of political prisoners, so that means it is not a required criteria to be a political prisoner. You could just be a politically targeted demographic. And specifically, we're looking at immigrants here who are often, they look brown. They speak Spanish. So,
I mean, you could, the thing is, when you go with that definition, Amanda, you could go with like, let me answer that. When you go with that definition, you could say that they are not political targeted when there is no political media stuff around it. But he makes exactly if there wouldn't be any media presence, anything around the illegal thing, and they would put together in a camp, then they wouldn't be political targeted, but they are.
MB114 is once again not understanding. Again, he says it does not need the definition. These are not political prisoners. Okay, yeah, I didn't say that they're political prisoners, number one. And also that's not a required criteria. So that has nothing to do with political prisoner or not a political prisoner. These are people who are here legally. No, first of all, it would be here illegally, if you want to have an argument. If they're here legally, they shouldn't be detained at all and are being deported as per law written by the legislative branch of our, once again, that doesn't give you a right. That gives you right to a due process and a trial, not a right to put them into a camp with the express purpose of keeping them there for, they're saying there's no political motivation. Okay, come on now. I just don't agree with that. We have to agree to disagree.
It's not. It's clearly political motivation there.
Of course.
He makes politics with it.
Anyway, I'm still stuck on that. It is a concentration camp. You have not exculpated.
No, it fits the definition from your perspective.
You've not done anything to prove me wrong here. And also, why don't you just call in? Like, why do you have to just type in chat? Why can't you just call the number? The number is 202
what is his username?
998-5218. Oh, it's just an NPC name. I mean, they always have these throwaway accounts. MB114J2P.
MP. Okay, MP, I have something for you. I'm German. I grew up in Germany. And when I look at those camps, I'm reminded to concentration camps. And I have to know it.
He has to know it. He's German.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Phone call.
Sounds ridiculous, but yeah.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, are we live?
You are live. What's your name?
My name is Justin, bruh. It feels crazy to talk to a delusional freaking liberal right now. I'm not going to lie.
Man, dude, you're coming in super aggro. And I would like, if possible,
aggro.
that we can have a conversation and not immediately stuff, expletives at one another over why one is bad over the other. You think we can do that?
Yeah, we can do that. I was just trying to chat about some topics. You feel me?
Sure. What you want to talk about?
Actually, it's just a broader question. How do you feel about Nick Shirley in general?
Nick Shirley?
Yeah. Are you familiar with that name?
No.
Oh, it's like the younger journalist.
Oh, you're talking about the YouTuber that uncovered fraud in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea to prompt further investigation to see if fraud is really happening, and if it is happening, people go to jail.
Yeah, that's right. Did you see how he was at the oh wait, actually this was another YouTuber that was at this, but still has to do with it a little bit. He was at the Venezuelan protest in Times Square when it, like, the day after Maduro got kidnapped. He was at the protest.
Mm-hmm.
and he exposed that basically like 50% of those protesters were all paid protesters from a billionaire company.
Really?
So none of them. Wait, what?
Where's that?
You can search it up. Just paid protesters NYC. It'll probably come up in one of your articles that you like to read.
Let's take a look.
But yeah, it's I think George Soros is his name or something. But yeah, he basically pays all these protesters tons of money, and then like the people that they rile people up.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where we can find that. I'm looking for the video. Should we go over the video, or because this is news to me?
Oh yeah, I mean it's been happening, but it's a long video, but it'll probably be easier to just read it, you know.
I'm looking. Where do I go? A lot of this stuff is coming from biased sources. I'm looking. Is there any like authoritative source?
Look up George Soros paid protesters. It'll probably come up. I don't even have to check
What were they?
myself.
What were they? So you said that they were paid protesters in New York City. What were they protesting?
They were protesting Trump's involvement with Venezuela. They want him to leave them alone, you know?
Let's look. I mean, to be fair, right? I don't think Nicolas Maduro is a good guy. I think he should have been taken down. I just don't think that we should do imperialism after the fact. I think it's wrong for us to do so. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
All right. Well, can we go, for example, to Africa
I feel bad for
and then claim a country as our own and then start extracting of its wheat resources? We shouldn't do that, right? Like that. Well, what I'm talking about is just imperialism of the 1800s, right? And a lot of people died, and we destabilized those regions for hundreds of years, right? So not a good time in history. We don't want to do that, right?
I mean, I don't think we're in the 1800s. Like
I'm saying that's what's happening. I'm saying we're doing that. You don't think we're doing that?
Okay. No, I don't agree. But,
How so?
Okay, right. So everyone, I'm not going to say everyone because you never know. But so these people in Venezuela, all the people that live there, they're very happy and celebrating that he's gone, right? He's a bad person. So if there's a person who is, I don't know the levels of things that he's doing exactly at the moment because I'm driving. I can't really check anything right now. But yeah, he treats his people extremely bad, has very bad things happening in his country. So I'm happy for the people that aren't under his reign. And I'm pretty sure the last election that he won was like extremely rigged and everything. So I'm happy for the people there.
So I wanted to go back to your idea of paid protesters. I'm looking at information on this. There do exist large activist organizations such as social justice or groups or coalitions that organize or coordinate protests. They may fund, say, for example, printed signs or transportation or logistics, but it's not individuals themselves being paid to protest. And then there's also such organizing like that is extremely common in the United States. There is no credible source that has confirmed payments made directly to individual demonstrators in New York City protests over Venezuela.
Okay, but you get okay.
But okay, let's go back to the Maduro thing, right? I wanted to go.
Can I just say something about what you just said real quick? Okay, thanks. So basically, the way I think about it, anyone that is getting if they're paying for your transportation, you're getting paid to go there, you know? Or
so are Turning Point protesters, are those paid protesters?
What are they protesting though?
Well, whatever it is that Turning Point USA likes to argue.
Don't do a lot of.
Turning Point USA is a large organizational body that has billions of dollars or millions of dollars funded into it on a yearly basis, and they organize, publicity stunts now, I mean, would you say that the people that are there that are arguing on behalf of Turning Point USA, are those paid protesters?
Wait, so the people that work for Turning Point, or
I'm just pointing out, like, what I'm trying to illustrate to you is that it's totally possible that you have like an organizational body that is pouring money into something to create further interest or civic activation, and Turning Point USA being one of them. But I would venture to say that the people at Turning Point USA, people that are going to those events, they're not being paid. They're showing up to events that have been organized with money. It's probably more accurate to say that than it is that they're paid protesters. So to say that people who are protesting what is going on in Venezuela were paid is, it's not really, doesn't really work that way.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Okay. That's a good point. I see what you're saying. But the thing is that it's like a main protest. When you think of a protest and you say BLM or something, you're like, okay, these people, nobody is paying them or giving them transportation to come here. They came here with their own car or their own way because they want to show how fed up they are. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not being swayed by anyone. They fully believe that. But when people on the news, right, there's 100 people at this protest and they all have buses or they all got sent there, it doesn't seem as authentic.
Yeah, I mean, you can have groups or entities that will assist with getting people from point A to point B. This is very common in U.S. politics. It's not just among the left, it's also among the right. That doesn't mean they're paid protesters. I think like you would have to have money going into the pocket of the protester to be paid to be there. I think that's what makes them a paid protester.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we can agree to disagree, like you said. How do you?
I mean, if you would say that, then therefore Turning Point USA is just nothing but paid protesters, then you would at least be ideologically, you would at least be, I'm sorry, not ideologically, you would be consistent, right? I'm saying Turning Point USA is not paid protesters, nor was the New York City protests.
Okay, but it's the same exact people at every protest getting arrested, same people trying to do the publicity stunts, like you said. Are you aware of any publicity stunts that Turning Point did?
Yeah.
Can I have an example?
They did it at my university.
Oh, is that when they have people that they want to talk to?
Set up big giant events. They pay these people to show up, and then they spend a bunch of time organizing, hiring security. I don't know if tickets are involved. There may be tickets involved. I don't know. I don't go to these events.
For some people, I believe. I don't know if you ever heard of Myron Gaines, but I think he might have something like that. But
well, anyway, so what was the other topic that you wanted to bring up regarding the, now that we're done with the Venezuelan paid protesters? Oh yes, I was saying that what we're doing in Venezuela is effectively colonialism, where or imperialism is probably more accurate to say. And you say it's not imperialism. How?
Wait, what?
How is what we're doing in Venezuela not imperialism?
But I don't even be using any of those terms, so I'm not going to be like, oh, it's this or that. I'm just saying, I'm happy that the people of Venezuela are free now from that dictator.
Listen, you're not going to find me arguing in favor of Nicolas Maduro. We're all in agreement here that Nicolas Maduro was a bad person and we don't like him and he needed to be deposed.
Trying to make it look like Trump did a bad thing. Is that not true?
Well, so the problem that I'm having is not that Trump took down Nicolas Maduro. The problem that I have is the fact that Donald Trump is saying we're going to take their oil. It's not ours.
Well, would you think? Would you rather have us take their oil, or I don't even think we're doing that. To be honest,
We are. Donald Trump said explicitly that we're doing that, and they're looking for people to begin drilling there. So we are literally doing exactly that. We're pouring billions of dollars of tax money to drill oil.
Know that, right? Drilling is completely different than just taking
that's what the United States said that they're going to do.
Reserves.
That's what Donald Trump himself. That's what Donald Trump himself said he's going to do. He said that.
Okay, that's not bad though. There's nothing wrong with opening drilling in another country. Do you know they have one of the biggest?
So
oil
it's
reserve,
one thing
right?
where it's like you're assisting in drilling and it's voluntary, and those that own the oil process, that they get a cut of the proceeds and they agreed to everything. It's a whole other thing where it says, okay, we're gonna depose this president, and then we're gonna say Donald Trump is the leader, and then we're gonna go to your oil fields. We're gonna have foreign companies come in and divest those investments, and they're gonna put in their own infrastructure, and then we're gonna extract the oil, and then that oil is gonna go to us. You see the difference?
Completely nothing wrong with working with other countries. I mean, I don't know if you ever.
But that's the thing. We're not working with Venezuela. We're not. We're specifically doing it on our own self-interest, not because Venezuela asked for it. Venezuela never asked for this.
That's not the point, though. But I'm sure they're very happy that Maduro is gone. So it's kind of like a trade thing. Be like, oh,
but they didn't ask for that.
You guys help us out. Doesn't that make sense?
Okay. Let's say, for example, I came up to you and I said, I am trading my car for your car. And you've got like a Mustang GTI or whatever the fuck. Okay, I'm not a car guy. And I've got a Toyota Corolla. And then, I just trade it with you. And then I'm like, okay, well this is mine now. And then you go, well, but wait, I didn't agree to that trade. And say, well, too bad. I'm sorry. Would that be a legitimate trade in your mind?
Well, it's all like that's not a good example, sir. But
but I'm saying that they didn't agree. In order to have a trade, both parties need to agree. Venezuela, nor did the asset holders of oil in Venezuela agree.
I mean, I don't know what the asset holders are saying. To be honest,
they're saying it's theirs.
That's the way I look at it. It's like it kind of happened.
But I mean, to be fair, right? It's actually the oil industry has been nationalized, and it's basically they extract oil, and then that money goes to the people. That's what the nationalized oil industry does.
Okay, but we did them a favor, and y'all making it seem like it's such a bad thing.
So. It would be one thing if the Venezuelans, if we're going to take that money and we're going to, give it to the Venezuelan people, you'd probably have an argument. But that's not what's happening. That's not what Donald Trump is saying.
They already have the largest reserve. They don't need more oil.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to steal it.
Need for oil.
Because they got too much. We should go in and take it for ourselves, for our own benefit. Do you see the problem here? All right, listen, if you have a giant pot of gold, let's say you got a big old pot of gold, it's 500 pounds, this pot of gold. I take 2 coins. And then I say, well, you have a lot of gold. Is that justified?
No. But okay, listen, say I have bro, you're not good at debating, bro. You just keep cutting me off.
Go ahead.
Bro. Can I just say this real quick? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, all right. So yeah, if I have a very big pot of gold, and say I have someone that's coming for me and wants to take all of my gold, and say someone else takes them out, helps me out. I don't have a target on my back anymore, so I give them some of my gold since they helped me out. Someone was going to take all of it. That's how it is. Like, what?
Well, the difference is that you consented to that, but Venezuelans didn't consent to that.
They didn't consent to taking their oil. It's not a regular citizen's position.
I'm saying that the state of Venezuela, or I'm sorry, the country of Venezuela, they did not agree to the United States extracting oil resources on their behalf. They never agreed to that. Donald Trump just did that.
Okay, well, if they don't agree to us opening drilling, then it's not going to happen.
Okay, well then great. They don't agree with that, but Trump is doing it anyway.
That's what you believe.
No, that's what I know is happening. Trump said it himself, and Venezuela says that that's not what they're interested in. If anything, they're worried at what the United States president is going to do, and so they're just kind of towing the line on this. But no, they're not in agreement to taking oil from Venezuela.
Okay, I know we're talking about what's it called? The government, and it's their decision on the oil. But I've literally seen Venezuelans talking about how they'd rather have us do that for our own benefit than countries like Russia and China, and I can't think of them off the top of my head, but they'd rather have us having it than them taking it from them.
Well, let's try it this way, right? Imperialism is the effort of maintaining and extending of power over foreign nations, particularly through expansionism and employing both hard power, military and economic power, and soft power, diplomatic power, or cultural imperialism. Imperialism focuses on establishing or maintaining hegemony of a more formal empire. So
you think countries should be the same? Like, is that what you're trying to get at?
No, I'm saying that we shouldn't do the imperialism. I think applying an 18th century solution or a 19th century solution to our economic desires or our economic problems is going to cause a ridiculous amount of problems in the future. Just as when we went to Africa, the West went to Africa and destroyed it of all of its resources and wealth, that for some reason most of Africa is doing economically poorly and can't actually trade. And there's a ton of humanitarian disasters there as a result of us destabilizing those nations. I think this is just more of that. And it will not be likely that Venezuela will recover anytime soon if Donald Trump gets his way here. I think imperialism makes the world a worse place. And I'm saying we call it out for what it is, and we should not be supporting 19th century solutions that result into a ton of humanitarian disasters.
Okay, but there's still solutions from however long ago that can work perfectly fine about any other thing.
But we've done imperialism on multiple countries. It doesn't result in a beneficial outcome. It makes things worse for a lot of people. For millions and millions of people. We're talking millions of death, millions of strife, millions in suffering. All so that way, I don't know, we can make more money. It's pretty gross. We probably shouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, if it was actually happening, but it's
but
not.
It is.
Y'all
It is happening.
It's really not, though.
And I guess we have to agree to disagree. Donald Trump himself is saying that's what we want to do.
Nobody talks about
Donald Trump himself said that. Don't you agree? Didn't he say that?
Christians that murdered in South Africa. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the teens that get raped.
This is just a whataboutism. You're saying, what about this other bad thing that happened? You're not going to find me agreeing with a bad thing that happened. I'm pointing out this bad thing that is happening, and you seem to say, well, what about this other bad thing that happened? It doesn't really address the bad thing that's happened, nor does it justify the bad thing that's happened.
Because you're saying that us doing something good for another country is going to have millions of people in danger and all this. Like,
yeah,
bro,
so the part that's good is taking down a dictatorial leader. The bad part, and this is the part that I'm concerned with, is not taking down Maduro. The problem that I'm having is that we are going in there physically to take their oil for our own economic benefit.
Okay, you could tell yourself that. But
I'm not telling myself that. That's what it is.
That's anyone. So you think that creates more harm than Maduro? What about that?
Again, I'm perfectly okay with deposing Maduro. You and I can table that. We both agree. Maduro bad. Great. Does that mean you have a right to steal their oil?
Like that is way worse than the good.
I just want to see that you're internally consistent here. Is stealing wrong?
Way worse. Like,
is stealing wrong?
Stealing?
Yeah.
It's
is
not
it wrong?
Stealing. But wait. Don't the left think that like stealing from big corporations is okay because it's a big corporation?
I don't agree with that. So stealing, is stealing wrong?
At least there's one of the few, but that's the thing I've heard a lot.
I'm asking you, is stealing
during
wrong?
the riot and everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Depends though.
And you'd agree that stealing, depends on what? Where's stealing good?
Stealing from, like, if you're stealing from a very bad person, like,
so if I found that you were bad, I can steal your stuff?
Hell yeah. If someone has a nuke and they're planning to drop a nuke, I'm going to steal the nuke. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. So I'm imagining if you're starting a treaty that says you can't have a nuke because it's dangerous and that we take it away, I don't call that stealing. That's not really the purpose of stealing.
I didn't say no treaty. I'm saying if someone has a gun and they're planning to shoot up a school and I steal their gun, is that I shouldn't have done that?
But I wouldn't call that stealing.
Bruh. Okay.
Right. That's like preventing harm. Like we're not gonna take this oil and then all of a sudden they're gonna do something with the oil that's gonna then what? It's gonna destroy our ability to exist. Venezuela isn't preventing the United States from existing. So it's like you're talking apples to oranges here. So stealing it, right, is the action or offense of taking another person's property without permission or legal right without intending to return it. Theft.
Okay.
You'd agree. Stealing's bad. We shouldn't steal. We want to live in a consistent world, right? Where like when you own something, it's kind of predicated that you just kind of own that and somebody doesn't have a right to take that away from you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what if the United States does it to Venezuela? Can they do it? Does it make it right if the United States does it to Venezuela?
Stealing though, like
yeah, we are going in, we're taking people's property without permission or legal right, without the intent to return it. Theft. We're stealing it.
It's not getting stolen, bro.
I mean, you're just saying no. You're not really responding.
Because I got to read the article real quick.
Okay. Do you want to call back?
Maybe one day. But I'm going to just finish it up because I do have to go.
Okay. Appreciate you calling. Are you subscribed?
No, I actually just found out about your channel today.
You should subscribe. I appreciate you.
I'll think about it because you're, you put woke and everything in your thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm pretty woke. I'm pretty woke. It's very true. Very, very woke.
I feel like I've seen a lot worse. I feel like you're not, like deranged.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, because that's hard to find. It really is.
It's hard to find?
Yes.
Okay.
Truly. But yeah, I mean, honestly, even if we was stealing the oil, I support it. So yeah.
Okay.
That's my take.
All right. I mean, I have to agree to disagree. I'd like to not steal, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. The teacher is stealing is wrong, guys. We're going back to elementary school. Stealing's bad. Oh boy. Stealing is stealing regardless of who benefits. Says Davy Day 2. You know what I was actually kind of concerned about? I was concerned that they would have made an argument saying, well, what about taxation? I just don't want, thankfully, I don't think he's read like The Libertarian and we had to go down that route. You know? It's funny. MB114 says, I do not think he is as woke as he says he is. I'm pretty freaking woke. You should see my hot takes list. If you look at my hot takes list, you will know I am woke. I'm woke as fuck. Let's see here. But you said taking someone else's gun wasn't stealing, though, taking away the actual definition. Hold on, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, what up, First Amender? It's Donny from Kentucky.
What was your name?
I called in a couple times. We talked about
Your name's
housing.
What was your name?
Donny.
Donny. I thought you said Sonic. I was like, you're Sonic? The Sonic?
That would be awesome if that was. That would be awesome if that was his name. No, but we talked about Soviet housing policy. Really, what I'm trying to figure out if you're more woke or more liberal. So I think a better way to do that. What are your thoughts on Israel Palestine?
Oh, I think ethno-states suck, and there should not be a Palestinian ethno-state, and neither should there be an Israeli ethno-state. I think that there just needs to be a state for people to live in without the ethnicity tied to it.
So you're for the, like, we should dismantle Israel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should not be funding an ethno-state.
7.5 million Palestinians get the right of return and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably a little more woke. But I guess, like, because, well, you were aware, like, the far right in Israel, they want us to stop funding them. Right now, they're legally required to buy their weapons from us. And the reason they want to do that is they want to kick out, they really want to cut ties with the U.S. altogether because they want to kick out Western media and actually kill off all the Palestinians. So, like, when you say that, like, should we just not fund them anymore, or should we?
That's correct. We should not fund them and force them to acknowledge Palestinian people and their plight. That's correct.
So force them, like, so we should boots on the ground, dismantle.
Well, I mean, if it has to happen through diplomacy or sanctions, I don't think it's necessary to have a military action. We could just have United Nations all act on this behalf, as well as the EU. We are, of course, NATO allies, and we would look towards Israel to behave themselves.
I can promise you, if you want to dismantle their country, it will take boots on the ground. Like,
no, I'm not. No, I didn't say dismantle their country. You can have Israel. I'm just saying you have to allow Palestinians to be there as well. You can't just kick them out and then maintain your ethnicity.
I've got a better question to find out how woke you are. So, lesser of two evils: Hamas or Israeli government?
These are both horrible.
I told you.
You're giving me the old South Park question of what would you rather have, a douche or a shit sandwich,
right.
You know?
Right. Well,
giant douche or shit sandwich.
Well, that's what I'm telling you is.
If I had to pick, probably the Israeli government, but I mean, they're both horrible.
Oh, they're going to come for you one day because the woke position is Hamas is the lesser of two evils. So.
No, I've never heard of any wokey say Hamas is justified.
Hassan Piker is the #1 leftist streamer on earth. He gets an
That's about as extreme as it gets. Does he? But has he ever advocated for Hamas?
He just did literally that yesterday. Hamas is the lesser of two evils. He was defending the Hamas chants in New York.
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, look at Google it. Or look on Twitter. He just tweeted this the other day.
Okay, let's look. I'll pull up my Twitter right now. I'm looking. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, sec.
Okay.
Just
if
the
I
other
jump off
day.
here, I'm at work, so.
Let's see. So brief message. That's the pinned comment. Let's see. Barry Weiss and the Ellisons destroyed CBS for Trump and Israel. The right is trying to normalize PDF files as the big 26. They're laughing because it's such a good thing. There's no shame in looking up words. Who else would one lean? I'm looking. Hold on. Well, how about this? We'll just search, type in Hamas. We'll just type Hamas. Let's see. Hamas is resisting Israel because they're anti-Semitic is the funniest lie people tell themselves. If Israel was a Christian nation managing apartheid and ethnic cleansing, they'd still fight. You're just mad people are fighting back. Can't believe people are saying that they support Hamas. Wait till you hear how you can openly support the IDF in Israel and still rub shoulders in polite society and spit. In spite of live-streamed Holocaust we all witnessed, we need to stop playing these games in 2026. Hassan says, as a lesser evil voter, I will vote once again, repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than fascist settlerist colonial apartheid state. And the real harm happened. Yeah, I don't agree with Hamas, with Hassan here. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Granted, I found it.
All right, cool.
I don't agree with
I'm just,
Hassan.
I got to jump off here, but I'm just hoping there is, I feel like the woke people have taken over. There is still a liberal path. You can be liberal. It's fine. But you have a good one, man. It's nice talking to you. I'll call you later.
Okay. Bye-bye. Let's see here. 3:54:37. Evil Nightmare says, I don't think First Amender is as woke as he thinks he is. Maybe I'm wrong, but most extreme wokies side with Palestine and Hamas, and any means necessary to denounce both parties sounds more logical. Well, I'm looking at the harms that are caused by both parties, and I would want less of that. All right. RXGEQXIT says, dang, I sound so different on call than in real life. LMAO. Dang. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You have anything to discuss, we can do so. We've been streaming for about 4 hours. Center left progressive, maybe. No, dude, I'm woke as fuck, dude. You should take a look at my hot takes list. You should look at I have this crazy hot takes list. Is it in my, did I put that in my description? Let me see here. I think it's in my description. Yes. Yeah, you can see my hot takes list. It says, what do I believe? Hot takes list here. Take a look at that. Put it in a new tab. Don't close out of the stream. Just, you can take a look at my hot takes list. It's in the description of the video. You will find I am indeed very, very woke. MB114 says that's not woke. Well, I mean, I don't hit every single box. Keep Gun says he is very much a trans activist. Very much so, yes. Big time. Big time. Very pro-trans. Extremely. Dangerously so, I would say. Oh. What should I pull up anything? I don't know. Let's see. We are taking calls, by the way. If you want to call in, I guess if we get no calls, then I don't know. Take a look at some videos or something. All right, let's take a look at this here. Let's look at Twitter here. We live in a really disgusting country like this, and it's just sad. By Danny.
now. Do it on camera. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Is this real? Is this a real person? Are they even saying anything? They're just coming in going,
What's your name? Why are you shaking? You scared? You're shaking.
Bro, whoa, holy crap, wait. I didn't want to dox the guy. No, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. We're moving on. I should probably like check on this stuff. 80 million Americans voted for this. Wait, Donald Trump did a middle finger? Did Donald Trump do a middle finger just recently? I mean, I feel like, that definitely does seem like a thing Donald Trump would do. Should drivers be allowed to hit people who block the road? Well, according to a lot of people, it appears to be that it's okay to wait. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold the phone. Wait. Hold on. If a Republican thinks yes to this, does that mean the one blocking the road can shoot the driver? We did it. Please tell me somebody mentions this in the comments. Which one is the person? That's a really tough question. Let's focus on safe and respectful solutions. Yay, I like that. That's so nice. The word isn't hit, it is push. Yes, you should be able to push people out. Short answer, yes. Okay. It's funny how the I'm not going to say that. Put the fat ones out there first. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I need to comment on this. Hold the phone. If they hit her, can they shoot the driver? Yeah. Bruh. Let's take a look here. Evil Nightmare says, I think most people don't care unless it affects them or others negatively. Otherwise, everyone just wants to love their life. Based. Me too. MB114 says, gender affirming care for minors and children is straight up child abuse. I don't agree with that. There's so much papers and based in biological fact that shows medical efficacy to gender affirming care, including for kids. Oh, that was good. That's going to piss some people off. Dude, I'm not wrong. If you think, imagine posting this post ice shooting, dude. Oh my God. All right. I got to be careful with Twitter because Twitter has some of the wildest stuff. All right, here we go. Here, we'll talk about this. Which way, Western man? So we have the liberated woman and the traditional woman. Wears tons of makeups, dresses scantily, has an OnlyFans, smokes or vapes, covered in tattoos, spiritual, no kids, sleeps around to feel better and actually feels worse. And then there's the traditional woman that dresses modestly, naturally beautiful, married in her 20s, makes the home, Christian, prays daily, good cook, has children and wants more, and only wants her husband. Both of these people are entirely valid in their decision making. This is not up to the Western man to decide. If you want to live traditional, go ahead and live traditional. If you want to be a free spirit, go for it, Queen. You're great. Both of y'all are great. And have a good life. Enjoy it, right? You don't have to be one or the other. Chris Falcon says, First Amendment, the middle finger is from the Detroit Ford plant video recently. So AWOL says, well, for this example, of course, traditional. I mean, listen, if you want that, then go for it. I mean, personally, I would want somebody that is actually, more self-affirming, right? I also think that women on the right, man, dude, they often end up with all sorts of substance abuse problems. Very common. Depressive anxiety and stuff, where they're just sitting there at home all the time, just taking care of kids. It ain't right. It's not right. And here, it's not for everybody. It's only for certain people. Let me see if I can provide you an example of what I mean. Let me see. I just gotta. Give me a moment. Give me a quick second. All right. Hopefully this is not too depressing. Some of these posts, bro, you feel bad for these people. It's wild. Some of the things that they end up saying. Finances, yet another reason to regret. This is r/regretful parents. I made a post a long while back about wishing that I had not listened to everyone who told me to keep the baby. Long story short, I'm doing it solo, albeit with significant family support from some free childcare and financial assistance in dire times. Like when my kid unexpectedly needed formula costing about $800 a month. Now he's starting daycare. I was able to hold off until he turned 1. But I'm getting busier and need more help than friends and family can provide. $225 a week. I know that's cheap compared to some places, but it's about average here. I added up all my expenses, leaving no room for extra anything, and even underestimated some stuff, and still looks like I'll be in the negative each month. I'm draining every bit of my savings that I have had in grad school for this kid that I never wanted. I love him. I really do. His little face lights up when he sees me, and he is so happy and giggly, and I couldn't ask for a better temperament in a baby. But holy hell, it's exhausting. You all know. Mentally, physically, and now it has become truly financially. There is no way for me to earn more from work, and my family can only help enough for me to break even each month. But like I said, I think I underestimated some, so we're going to dip into savings every month. Not including when he needs new clothes, when I need a doctor or meds, he's on Medicaid, I'm not. And if there's any emergency, etc., I have enough saved to cover myself for about a year if I do not have any disasters. But again, that's all my savings. I'd be pissed off if I lost that since I've been heavily building it for a few years now. I always knew kids were expensive, but I guess it never hit me until I actually hit my bank account. I don't want to work harder for my kid. I want to be able to buy little things I want and sometimes take a weekend vacation once a year without worrying about not being able to put food on the table for my child. I want to be able to call out from work when I'm sick instead of saying that shit will cost me $60 I cannot lose. Better tough it out, and I end up getting more sick because I overexerted myself. God, I hate this. So side note, if anybody has killer side gigs a single mom is working and in college can do, hit me up. That's so sad. That's sad. This is what I'm saying. It's like you really should choose when you're ready. I think if you're scraping by, you should not be having children. Let's see. Baroma Beat says, "What the fuck is she doing in grad school with a 1-year-old? Dumb broad." See, you're victim blaming. A person like this shouldn't be have to go through this. This should be easier on them. As a single mom who did the college and working things whilst my kids were young, I 1,000,000% empathize. There was a job that I had personal support worker that was good because I could have my kids along with my clients and it was not a big deal. It saved on daycare costs. See if your college has any free childcare options. Mine had it in a couple places around the school and it would allow 3 hours for study time. Also, check other student parents to trade babysitting time. Maybe your baby can go do an Instacart or something similar with you. Also, see if your college has a job board advertising small jobs and or tutoring if you have a skill set. This stuff is hard though, especially before they are old enough for regular school. Let's see. AWOL thought, see, Baroma Beats saying they always leave out the vital parts of the story. I don't know, maybe. But why are you presuming like malice here, I guess? Like, why not just take it at its word and just hear it out? I mean, there's lots of people that genuinely regret having kids. Keep Gun says, I've quit almost all vices, still working on not drinking. That one is difficult. Knowing me, dude, I love to drink. I love drinking. I'm sorry. I don't think I could ever stop completely. Like, it's too enjoyable. I'm sorry. Drinking's awesome. it's great. In moderation. In moderation. I don't drink every day. It's like a weekend thing for me, you know, but when maybe that once a week, man, I get a little tanked. So I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time. We are taking calls, by the way, 202-998-5218. I do want to hear out what you guys have to say. Also, consider a subscribe. Yo, you know what I got to say? You know what I'm going to start saying? I'm going to stop saying I'm a small YouTuber. Because while I am still a small YouTuber, there's a point where you got to go, I'm just a YouTuber. You know? I'm living that life. We're going to do it. We're going to pull it off. Chris Falcon says Amender is getting tilted. What, in reference to drugs or to not drugs, drinking? Let's see. Keep Guns is one of the few points we can agree on. No apology. Hey, I'd drink with you. I'd even bring you a cigar. We'd smoke cigars together. I like smoking a cigar. Smoking cigars is freaking cool. Don't smoke, by the way. Smoking's bad for you. No smoking. All right. Anyway, what brought all this on? Well, what brought this on was this. Not everybody needs to be the one on the right. Keep Guns says, I'm a small YouTuber, LOL. You debated Andrew Wilson and his wife Rachel, and they are max level debaters. Hell yeah, based. MB114 says, you look a little young. Wait until you get older. Dude, I am 36. I am 36 years old. I know I don't look it, but I am. That is how old I am. All right, we're gonna keep looking at some Twitter stuff, but I just have to make sure that it's not like some crazy Nazi shit, right? Because there's a lot like that. I'm gonna. Oh my god, it's so gross. Wait, no, the racist. Wait, did Scott Adams die? Scott Adams, that's the creator of Dilbert, right? Dude, look at this. This is such a gross picture. Why? Look at this. The White House posted this. Scott Adams. Do you know what Scott Adams had said? Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up. That's wild. All right. So apparently he just died. January 13th, 2026. He died yesterday. Wow. How about that? Let me see here. Give me 1 second. Hold on. All right. So on a February 22, 2023 live stream on his Real Coffee with Scott Adams program, Adams reacted to a poll that asked if respondents agree that it's okay to be white, a phrase that is described by the Anti-Defamation League as associated with the white supremacist movement. The poll showed that 26% of black respondents disagreed with that statement, and 21% were not sure. Adams, upset that nearly half did not agree, described black people as a hate group, and that the best advice that I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people and to just get the fuck away. So this is, that's Dilbert, right? By the way, he, as a response to these and other related comments, Dilbert was dropped by numerous newspapers across the country, including the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, the USA Today affiliated newspapers. Anyway. And here we are. The White House is posting this. Holy crap. Like, you guys should, you know what the White House should do? They should have a, have a celebration on behalf of Hitler's birthday. Just do it. Just do it. Go ahead. Do your white supremacist bullshit. Sadly, the great influencer Scott Adams has passed away. He was a fantastic guy who liked and respected me when it wasn't fashionable. He's always thinking of himself. There's never a moment where he doesn't think about himself. He bravely fought a long battle against a terrible disease. My condolences go out to his family and all his many friends and listeners. He'll be truly missed. God bless you, Scott. I'm sure he's in good hands. Like these racists. Nothing like honoring an artist with some AI stuff, bro. Spitting facts. Oh my God, MF Brad spitting the facts. What? Let's see here. And then we have here Sunday Girl who is responding. Remember the Epstein files? Woo! Spicy. That's a spicy bean right there. A lot of people saying that they the rest in peace Scott Adams. Listen, I think he was a racist. I think I think he's not a good guy. Like celebrating the death of somebody that was just inherently racist and putting them next to JD Vance and Donald Trump is just an example of just the problems that I'm seeing in society. It really is concerning. Like white people are what? Supposed to get away from black people? Like that's literally what Scott Adams argued. It's gross. Ugh. Anyway, let's look at some more stuff here. AWOL Thoughts says, first, Hulk Hogan was revealed to be pretty damn racist, but I don't think he'd take away from the accomplishments he achieved because he motivated a lot of kids despite their race and no one knew he was racist. Sure, but then he became racist. Now I'm not a fan of Hulk Hogan. Like, I'm not going to celebrate Hulk Hogan because he has marred his reputation as a person. Like, I'm sorry, if you're like a good person and then later on in life you become a bad person, you're just a bad person now. Like, I just you know. Let's take a look here. All right. We have this interesting post here. Eli Ehrlich saying, here I am as a trans kid 23 years ago. I had no support from my parents or outside influence. In fact, my entire family and community rejected me. I just knew that I was a girl and wanted to be treated as one. Very true. I'm curious who is... I'm not trying to be mean, but you looked more feminine as a kid than you do now. I legit thought you were AFAB and transitioned to a man. They didn't reject you. They rejected your ideas. So basically, you're delusional and never grew... Jesus, these people are awful, dude. This is why I hate Twitter. Twitter sucks. Twitter sucks. Let's see here. We've got Argoris Nexus saying they both worship the government. Except like one of these is like dealing with like diseases and how to prevent diseases. And this one is just like rounding up brown people. Like, what do you... These are not... Comparatively speaking, right? These are not the same thing. It's not even close. Also, I'm so tired of AI. We got to start like boycotting AI, bro. AI sucks. It does. By the way, we are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Here we go. Sean saying authoritarian regime brutality in the United States should have complied with the government. Meanwhile, authoritarian regime brutality, bomb them. America stands for freedom. True. Very true. AWOL says, well, a little bit of pushback on that because I get that your image of the person would be destroyed, but if they accomplish things that helped a lot of people, it doesn't add accomplishment to have merit. MAGA is a masterclass in false equivalency. Dude, true. So true. Evil Nightmare says, I think most consumers in America have a very big problem balancing their money. Ooh, phone number. Phone call. You're on the line with First Amendment.
Hey, good afternoon. So
What was your name?
I was watching your stream. You know, I wasn't going to call, but I was thinking about it. If I'd have seen your stream 9 or 10 months ago, I would have called and I'd been fully prepared to debate you. But right now, I'm not so sure that I can do that. A lot of what I'm seeing from the left is genuine concern for where this country's heading, and I'm starting to find myself agreeing with that concern.
Ooh.
Which for me, as a
What was your?
as a lifelong
I didn't catch
Republican-
your name.
My name's Dave. I'm 40 and I'm from Illinois.
All right, Dave. Can you give me a very quick second? Just give me like a minute. Just 1 minute. I have to step away. Unless if you have something that takes roughly about a minute. I have to be right back for just 1 minute. Okay?
Yeah, go right ahead, bud.
All right, hang tight.
Sure.
All right, Dave, I'm so sorry about that. Apologies.
No, you were all good.
Yeah, I just have to had to step away for a second. Anyway, Dave, what would you like to talk about?
Well, so I saw the title of your stream was Debate a Woke Liberal.
Yep.
Wokeism aside, I feel like, my opinions on woke, they are a little old school, a little traditional. Pronouns, however you want to describe yourself, is perfectly fine. You can't expect me to play ball, but that's okay. I'm not going to outwardly disrespect somebody because say they're trans or they want to identify as the gender they weren't quote unquote assigned to as birth. I'm not going to if anything, I'll refer to you by your name. Perfectly fine. I think that's a cool middle ground for everybody. You are free to do as you want with your own body. It has no concern to me. It doesn't impact me in any way. So who am I to stop you? Who am I to get up in your face and tell you that it's wrong? I am a Christian, but I also believe in independence. I believe in freedom. If you want to do that, and somebody says that's against God, well then that's their opinion. It's your opinion. You can do whatever you want. I've got so many things to worry about in my own life. I don't have time nor patience to worry about what somebody else is doing in their life. It's not for me. That's neither here nor there. What I'm kind of struggling with now as a Republican is the state of the Republican Party. And what's more worrisome to me is the state of the country as a whole. We're in Trump's first term. I was 100% behind the man. What he was doing felt like it was truly for the American people. He was standing up to the left and to the right alike. He came in and he was basically, like I said, it felt to me like he was standing up for the American people. This term, and it's only been less than a year, it feels very 1930s Germany, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. What was the breaking point for you regarding Donald Trump? Because you said you were 100% in on Trump, and then something happened, and then was it a gradual thing, or was there a sudden kind of a, straw that broke the camel's back? Why don't you tell me about that?
So there wasn't a specific event, going into this election. I was behind him. I felt that he had been given an unfair shake in the media. I felt that he had been kind of railroaded as far as, the 32 or 34 felonies that he had gotten. I felt like he was a target and they were out to get him. And once he got elected, I was excited. I was even excited when we got the House and the Senate. I was like, okay, cool. It's time for them to really live up to the promises they made. And then I started seeing, I think the first thing that got me was before the election, I followed the Project 2025 story. A lot of what was in there was scary. It's a lot of authoritarian kind of a take on things. And I was like, this is never going to catch on. Trump won't allow it. The American people won't allow it. The politicians won't allow it. And then I started kind of seeing, even Trump came out and said I'd never heard of it, never read it. And as soon as he got elected, I started seeing kind of those things come to fruition. I'm like, okay, well, a lot of what's in there is a lot of what you're doing. Even that, I was like, okay, this is just him getting in, kind of making a strong statement. But with the way things have gone with Venezuela, the way things have gone with specifically ICE and the National Guard being called into, say, LA and Chicago, it's, like I said, it's just, to me, it's really feeling like Trump is using ICE as the federal police agencies, federal police force. And it reminds me of, like I said, unfortunately, 1930s Germany with the SS and the Gestapo, where, Hitler kind of did the same thing with them.
It's funny that I hear you say that, because like a lot of people who are on the right, they'll sit there and point out, to leftists for, hey, you always compare the right to Nazis. But I mean, here you are. I mean, I would imagine you're still conservative, right?
Yeah, a lot of my beliefs, political and otherwise, I would classify as conservative.
But you're seeming to recognize the pattern here.
Well, if it were what he stated it was, say they were going into places who had high crime rates due to illegal immigrants, and they went in, they I don't want to say gathered the illegal immigrants up, because even the term gathered them up still kind of seems a little, it makes me a little icky, for lack of better terms. But if you went in, found the people who were committing those crimes, they got arrested, they were given a trial, and inevitably deported, fine, I'm okay with that. I don't think that you have the right to come into our country, commit crimes, steal, hurt, kill, rape, those things. I think that should not be tolerated.
Yeah, I mean, I think if somebody is committing violent crimes or actions and they're not a citizen of the United States, 100%, they should be deported. That's not a
right.
That's a pretty sensible solution. The problem that I have is that we've kind of created a system around immigration that it has made it extremely complicated. So much so to the point that there's extremely long waiting times for several years often. We used to have policies for refugee admissions where you have people that are trying to legally come into the country and they claim asylum seeking in order to get a chance at citizenship. And that process takes several years. And a lot of the times people just overstay their visas, and it could be something of like, oh, they've overstayed their visa by, a week or two because they forgot to fill out some paperwork that they just did because of how complicated the system is. And what it does is that it creates criminals, and it makes it seem like that, oh, these people are terrible people. They're going to commit a bunch of crimes when in reality, they're just here to work. And in my opinion, I think that we should reform our citizenship requirements to be able to accommodate people so that they can be legal. And people that are legitimately still not wanting to follow the legal process, there's probably a reason why. They're probably a violent criminal, where they're trying to avoid, something or another.
Absolutely. And see, so I'm Hispanic myself. Both my grandparents on my father's side, they immigrated from Spain. They did it the legal way. My grandfather fought in World War II for the United States. They were both very vocal about legal immigration. You know what? Now that we're talking about this, the question you asked me earlier, was there a tipping point for me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was the tipping point, but one thing that really got to me was when Trump came out and said he was willing to deport dreamers. I say that because, and that really gets me because, you had babies who were brought here. Obviously they didn't consent because they weren't capable of it. At very young ages, some of them not even old enough to speak, some of them infants, newborns, were brought here, raised as American citizens, have worked here, lived here, went to school here, families here. And the thought that, I don't want to say that they haven't earned the right to stay, but at the end of the day, this country was founded on immigration. Everyone that's here today is a descendant of an immigrant at some point in their life. Yes, I was born here. My father was born here. Beyond that, immigrants.
Yeah.
If you go back, anyone's family, they're going to result in immigration at some point. But to say that, someone was brought here as a baby, has lived here their entire life, is more American than a lot of Americans I know. Yeah. And then because the way they were brought here when they were young, they're going to be sent to a country they've never been to, and around people they've never met, with a language they don't speak. That to me started giving me the icks first, I think. That's one of the big things.
Yeah, so it does show it. There's and I can show you here. I have a couple of stats to show, saying number one, Let me see if I can get it to. Sorry, I'm just got to move some stuff around.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, so this is large majority of Americans support legal immigration pathways. Large majority of American voters support creating legal pathways for essential workers, dreamers, and other individuals with temporary protections, recognizing their vital contributions to communities across the country. The forum's most recent polling found a 46-point margin between those voters who support the idea to those who oppose. Noting current low levels of unauthorized border crossings and billions of new funding recently approved for immigration enforcement, the Bullfinch Group and National Immigration Forum survey found that 66% agreed that Congress and the administration should create legal pathways for foreign individuals who are contributing to communities but are under temporary protections. Only 20% oppose it, and the remaining 14% were unsure. The Bullfinch Group and Forum surveyed 1,200 adults, including 1,000 registered voters. So it's like a huge, most people are in favor. They understand the plight of dreamers, where it's like people that are kind of in this weird limbo, legally speaking, and how they're effectively, I know several dreamers. I know one of them, one of my friends who's a dreamer who was going to college and couldn't receive federal funding or any funding to continue going to school. And he's working, he's contributing. And he came to this country when he was only 2 years old. He was actually born in Peru, and he doesn't know anything about Peru. He doesn't know anything about it. He left that country when he was 2. So as far as he's concerned, he's an American. He's an American, according to him. He was hopeful that Donald Trump would pardon dreamers and provide citizenship for dreamers, but did not do so. In fact, has been directly antagonistic. And then in another thread here, you can actually take a look at Project 2025 tracker and see how many policies in Project 2025 have already been implemented. And I posted it in chat for anybody to take a look at, where this is the overall progress of Project 2025 is 51%. It's already 51% completed.
And we're not even a year in.
We're not even a year in. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, that's, you know, I feel like in Trump's first term, he was himself. He wasn't left. He wasn't right. I mean, I know he ran as a Republican, but you know, and a lot of his ideas were conservative, but you know, I have, for example, my cousin, her and her husband are both retired this year, and they were very excited about retirement. They've worked for the state for their entire, you know, careers, retired. Everything was great. And they were on the Obamacare and
the Affordable Care Act.
Subsidies, yeah, the Affordable Care Act. Thank you. And when the subsidies for that ended during the shutdown or whatnot, they went from paying, I think it was around $1,200 for the two of them a month, which is still, I mean, the healthcare system in America is something that Republicans
I agree.
are not.
Totally ridiculous.
I have been absolutely 100%. But since those subsidies ended, they're looking at $3,600 a month for the both of them, which, you know, my cousin, I was talking to her the other day, and she said, we can't afford it.
You're just not going to have it.
We're just not going to have it. If God forbid something happens, we will file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And they have worked their entire lives, both of them, for what they have. And to think that, you know, they're one accident or one health scare or one health issue away from bankruptcy and potentially losing what they've worked for. And then you hear about, you know, I forget how many hundreds of millions or how many millions that we spend on a new ballroom for the White House, which completely unnecessary. And then we bought that ballroom, and now I forget his name, who's being indicted for spending too much money on the Federal Reserve building. It just seems like that politics is being weaponized. It seems like it's being weaponized not just against politicians, but against the people.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what scares me.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with you, and I hope that we can hopefully reduce the overall rhetoric that's existent in the system. And I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. One day, I mean, let's just be honest. Trump is an old guy. He's really old, and health-wise, he ain't looking so hot. Now, I'm not saying, right, anybody should be acting on trying to stop Trump. I'm saying Trump is going to likely die of old age one day. And the day that Donald Trump is no longer around is the day that I think people will look at one another and really consider what it is that the United States just went through and how to recover from it.
Well, and I hope that's the case, but I would be more concerned with him dying during his presidency because I think that
all
J.D.
sorts of
Vance
conspiracies.
You know, I just think that J.D. Vance has been groomed to be even more MAGA than Trump. I mean, just hearing the things that he said before he was nominated for the vice presidency, you know, as Trump's running mate, I've listened to him, and a lot of the things he said, I'm like, dude, he's pretty well grounded. He's, you know, about small America. He came from small America. He's married to an Indian woman and is, you know, about that, which is kind of against the flow of the conservative party for the most part. You know, a lot of the things
he said initially that he hated Trump. I think likely if anything, he's probably more Machiavellian than anything.
Okay.
You know, I think he's likely just knows how to play the game and operates in a shrewd way. And I think that's what's happening with J.D. Vance.
Well, and
I think J.D. Vance, as soon as he would become president, would probably just look to, okay, how do I benefit myself? But it would likely not result in as heavy a rhetoric that Donald Trump outputs on a daily basis.
You know, and I wonder if Trump being so old and understanding that he's that old, I mean, I think he's probably come to terms with his own mortality. I wonder if that's kind of got him thinking like, you know what, I'm just going to do whatever I want because worst case scenario, I'm out of here in 5-10 years. And
exactly.
What's the point? What's the point of even trying? You know, I'm not going to retire from this and live another 15-20 years. So I'm just going to go, pardon the expression, balls to the wall and do anything that I want to do. And there's nobody going to stop me.
Well, you know what drives me crazy? Speaking of old age, you know, you'll find that a lot of these really old people, what they'll do is that they'll argue in favor of more oil subsidies and trying to stop green energy because they think global warming is not real. When in reality, I mean, we know global warming is real and that it is an existential threat to humanity as we know it. But because these old people will never have to exhibit the consequences of it, they're perfectly okay with making a little bit extra money before they check out. And, you know, whatever the consequence is later on, well, it's not their problem.
You know, and I think a lot of it is, and for example, I agree with you because I will have political discussions with my older relatives in their 70s and 80s. And even with this last thing with Renee Good in Minneapolis, you know, they were very in favor of, you know, the self-defense argument. Mm-hmm. I've seen the footage. I've seen the footage from multiple angles. If you ask me, it doesn't look like that ICE agent had any immediate concern for his life. He was off to the driver's side when she was turning. It didn't look like, even if she'd have floored it, I don't think she was going to hit him. I don't think that obstruction calls for a death sentence in any case, but that's what she was given. But even, like I said, even arguing with not arguing, but discussing that with my relatives without even when you tell them like, hey, you know, I don't think that was the thing. Well, she shouldn't have been, you know, there's that automatic defense that they go to that defense. Oh, she shouldn't have been doing this. She shouldn't have even been there. Okay. Granted, she shouldn't have been there. She shouldn't have been obstructing. She was there. She was obstructing. Is the appropriate sentence for that death? And if you can say yes, then should all of these protesters be put to death? You know, it reminds me, I don't know if you paid a lot of attention during the George Floyd protests and stuff, and I assume you probably did.
I did.
But this is very different from that. when they were doing the George Floyd thing, or even before that in 2015, I think it was the Michael Brown from, St. Louis, which is fairly close to where I'm at. They were protesting and they got wild. There was tear gas, there were flashbangs, there were a show of force by the police agencies. But those were done to quell the riots, to kind of restore order.
Yeah.
But a lot of those protests were not peaceful, despite what they said. I saw the footage, I watched them live when they were happening. A lot of them were not peaceful. A lot of them were.
Well, I mean, even now, I'd say that I still argue that, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse was justified. I went through that entire court proceeding, and I believe that Kyle Rittenhouse, acted in his own interest to avoid shooting people. It was only until much, much later that where he was knocked down and he was about to get hit with a skateboard
right.
with people rushing towards him, that's when they shot. And so I completely understood why that happened. It's a terrible situation that, people lost their lives that day, but at the same time, I didn't see any other way. And that's the difference, right? Is where you have made conceited efforts to avoid hurting other people. And I think that the ICE officer not only did not de-escalate the situation, he actively escalated by specifically standing in front of the vehicle to prevent it from leaving. And then to top it off, you could even see it where he's, he stands in front of the vehicle that's backing up. Like, why are you doing, why would you stand in front of a vehicle that's not in neutral or park? And then secondly, they're recording the entire time with their phone. And you could see that in order for them to pull out their gun, they switched the hand that was holding the phone. Like, it was the right hand that was holding the phone, and he switched it over to his left hand so that way he could pull out his gun. And it's like a situation like that. I go, that doesn't sound like somebody that's like worried about their life. They're like, ooh, I got to get some footage.
No.
It couldn't be, it is as clear as day. And you could even see the woman turning the steering wheel to the right. It couldn't be more clear.
Exactly. And that's my thing with these protests that are going on now, and even the responses that are coming from them. When you saw it in 2020, when you saw it in 2015, you would see lines of police officers who were essentially setting up the perimeter. They were saying, look, you're not crossing these lines. We're going to let you protest. We're going to let you spit in our faces. We're going to let you call us every name in the book, but we're going to make sure that we control what's going on. We're not going to allow damage to property. We're not going to allow people to get hurt. Now it seems like the ICE agents who are, responding to these protests are instigating. They're doing it purposely so that way the crowd gets riled up, and when the crowd gets riled up, they can use force. And I don't know if it's because this is what they're being told to do, or if it's because they're inexperienced and, at this point they're just like, hey, if you want to hold a gun and fuck with people, pardon my language, join ICE, because that's exactly what it seems like. It doesn't seem like they're controlling immigration. It has nothing to do with customs. It seems like they're being used as the federal police agency, which they are not and should not be used as. And if this continues to happen, then I can't see how any city is going to be safe. Right now it's blue cities that, are vocal about disagreeing with Trump, where Trump has said, okay, we'll send ICE agents in there to basically cause a commotion and mess with people. But, where does it stop?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Dave. Are you subscribed?
I am now. Absolutely.
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I hope to hear from you again. You sound like a pretty reasonable guy, so that's good.
Well, you as well, and this is definitely the best woke liberal argument I've ever had. So I appreciate that.
You have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too, buddy. Bye.
The best woke liberal conversation he's ever had. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? That's great. All right. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Well, shoot. Am I taking calls? It's been almost 5 hours. I got time for maybe one more caller, and honestly, like I would probably just do. Hopefully, we get a call soon, because we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. This is so fun. I do enjoy doing this. I hope you guys enjoy doing this as well, or listening in. We have a good conversation, I think. And honestly, I think it's only a matter of time before you start to see, more and more content. All right, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna have a little bit of a resurgence. My resurgence is I'm gonna try to do my best to not be mean to people. I gotta go back. I gotta scale it back. I don't want to be mean to people anymore. We're doing a new thing. No more being mean. Just do what I can to, like, I gotta have like a sticker or something. Don't be mean. Because it really isn't in me. It's not. It's I don't like being mean to people. I think even if they're being like really nasty in chat, I'm going to just try not to be mean. I think that's the route I'm going to go. I think it's better to be nice. Bulbro says, "Oh no, being mean is the fun part." No, don't say that. I think we could catch, we could help people out more if we're not mean. RXGEQXIT says, "For real, dude, this is just lying and being wrong for the whole day must be hard." What am I wrong about? I'm willing to hear you out. Just call in. Let's have a conversation. I'll hear you out. Lol, you can't help yourself. You have to be mean to some people. Well, let me try it. Okay. Y'all are doubting me right away. We haven't even. Come on now. Throw me a bone. Don't you think I can do it? I can do it. Throw me a bone. We got this. I'm going to try. I'm going to make a conceited effort. Yeah, but a lot of people don't respect people that are nice all the time. I would just try to be nice 24/7. Okay. All right, so there's like room to being mean, but try not to be mean. It's kind of that's where I'm at. I've been too mean lately. It's not who I am. I'm really not a mean person. I swear. I know I come off as mean sometimes. I don't want to be that guy. I don't. Let's take a look here. Let's see if we got any. I cannot believe the right is celebrating the Dilbert guy. Oh my God. Why would you want to be associated with that guy? That's just wild. Let's see if we got anything else from bruh. Imagine posting this unironically. Imagine being like a rational. Okay, hold on. I gotta be not mean. I can't. I'm sorry. Let's take a look here. A guy that says, "Deport white liberal women." I thought you liked white women. Isn't the whole thing like supposed to be like, yeah, we're here to like take, so it's only white women that we agree with. Man, that pool is getting smaller and smaller, isn't it? What is it? Yes, absolutely. They are fucking insufferable. The biggest threat to America is the white female liberal. Yeah, these people are wild. It's okay. The white female liberal don't want to talk to you. Let's take a look here. Let's see what else we can find. All right, we've got Dark Matter 2525. If you do not know this guy's his YouTube channel, it's freaking insane. I was told that this is an obvious self-defense situation that cannot be resolved except by headshots. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Stop. You're going to get run over. Get out of the way. 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 This is terrible. Why? Get out of the way. Man, dude, this is brutal. What is this about? What is happening here? What is happening? But the driver cop, it's so different. Oh, cops don't have to justify deadly force now? Wild. These people are jumping in front of vehicles that are already driving. They're obviously fucking around, so I hope they find out. Well, okay, so then the cop, then that would mean that the ICE officer is also fuck around and find out. I mean, am I crazy? See where we're at with that. I got to be careful with what I post on what I show on Twitter, because there are some wild stuff that is 1,000% not advertiser friendly at all. Not even a little bit. Let me see if I can find. Let's take a look here. All right, let's take a look at this. Here we go. Here we go.
Sexist shit.
Okay.
No, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist shit. In Jasper County, motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. You
Oh my
motherfuckers,
God.
I'm coming for you.
Oh my God. Is she okay?
All legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers.
Why is your face like that? I mean, listen, I'm not one to knock on somebody on how they look. It's just, let's see here. Bo Rose says, you really are immature, Amender, laughing at sex. It's funny. We got somebody. Oh, we got AWOL. AWOL in chat. How you doing, AWOL? You there, buddy? You're muted. Oh, he left.
Our government needs stopped. Stopped. Sex.
That was wild. That's a wild post. Let me take a look here. Keep playing here. The music. Mirina X says Bad Bunny disrespects the anthem, then wants America to tune in for the Super Bowl halftime show. Nah, hard pass for me. Are you legitimately upset that he is not standing? You better stand for that anthem. And if you don't, listen to the anthem, then I'm going to be upset. Assuming that is Bad Bunny, right? I'm not sure what Bad Bunny is doing, like what appears to be a regular seat. I would imagine somebody like Bad Bunny probably has like a booth, but I don't know. I mean, Bad Bunny coming in, and like this guy's got millions and millions of followers. Who cares if he's like sitting or standing for the anthem? Like, why do people have to agree with your sensibilities for you to like them? Let's see here. Oh, this guy's channel, by the way, this real Justin Lewis guy, super Nazi. Super Nazi. And I'm not passing that term lightly. This guy is just a Nazi. Evil Nightmare says, I mean, it is disrespectful to not stand if you're able. And at the same time, if they want to make a fool of themselves, fine by me. It's a form of freedom of speech. It is a form of freedom of speech. You have a right to get up or sit down. That's what your troops fought for. Your freedom to choose whether or not you want to stand or not stand for the anthem. That's what they fought for. Let's take a look here. Let's see what we can find here. All right. Well, it's been about 5 hours. I think I'm going to call it here on this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did not, I'm sorry. Tell me what I can do to improve. But if you did enjoy it, consider a subscribe. I appreciate you guys very much. We've been climbing ever since that I've been starting this YouTube channel and working on it. It's been doing fabulous. I'm very excited for the future. So I appreciate you guys for joining in, tuning in on your work day, wherever you may be, whether you're working, not working, doing this, doing that. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great